Chapter 878. Without greeting anyone, Chen Guang ran out of the Dongqing Exhibition Center's back door. When he reached the staff's underground parking lot, he remembered that he did not have a car in Beijing. Previously, Big Beard Deng said that Chen Guang had a competition, so Yang Shi did not need to accompany him for the next 2 days. Yang Shi went to the film set today and did not wait for Chen Guang. I stiffened. Holding the huge trophy and standing alone in the cold underground parking lot, Chen Guang felt like a fool. The security guard in charge of the parking lot was still watching the TV. The TV was showing the World Language Conference and was still giving the other contestants their scores. Chen Guang. Wait for me. Chen Guang turned around and saw Chu Zijin running over. Why did you follow me? Chu Zijin shrugged. You are already gone. What am I doing there? Don't mess around. Isn't this still a score? If I remember correctly, the top 20 should have a prize, right? With your performance just now, I estimate that you are at least a top 5 contender. Unexpectedly, this fanatic, cute girl shrugged. I am not first. What's the point? I don't want the prize money. You are thinking too much. You want to be first. How about in your next life? What a joke. The prize money for the top 5 is at least 5 million. Go back and get it. I feel that you might even get second or third place. Chu Zijin grinned and said, Don't worry, the judges all know that I'm one of your people. They definitely won't mess around with the scores. If they really give me a score, even if I'm not there, I won't get a single cent less. Haven't you already left? Chen Guang stared. Of course I don't need to worry about the prize money. Oh right, when did you become my person? That's not what I mean. What are you thinking? In the end, Chen Guang still could not chase Chu Zijin away. The reason was simple. This young girl actually had a car. It was I who lost. You are already an adult, right? Can I get a driver's license? As the god of racing, Chen Guang sat in the driver's seat and asked Chu Zijin as he started the car. Actually, this was his test. Cute fanatic girl. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Wait, what did she mean when she said she didn't mean it that way? Could it be that the fanatics actually didn't want to offer their beautiful bodies? This was illogical. Not good, the old man's willpower is out of control again. Collect for me. I am a righteous man. 2 years ago, I hacked the Household Registration Information Network and changed my age by 3 years. Now, I'm already 21 on my ID card. Chen Guang, very good, very strong, you can do it. Underage. Sigh. Wait, you sound disappointed. No, absolutely not. I know very well about you. Stop pretending. I know that your private life is very messy. Why did it feel like she was being seen through? Halfway through the car, old Master Guang didn't give up and turned to look at her from time to time. There was no problem. The light green line of faith on her forehead was not fake. She was a real fanatic. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something wrong with my face? Chu Zijin couldn't take it anymore. Chen Guang looked back. No. I have a presumptuous request. Speak, I'm listening. Can you flash for a moment? Chu Zijin was stunned. Flash. Then, she quickly reacted. After all, she was also a professional female broadcaster. How could she not know such professional words? Wake up, it's time to take your medicine. Chu Zijin rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Hearing those words, Chen Guang was briefly stunned. He had no idea what went wrong. He made this joke not because he really wanted to do anything to Chu Zijin, but because of Chu Zijin's abnormal behavior. he was curious and wanted to test if there was a problem with his fanatic's faith. He would know after testing it. Could it be that something went wrong with my heavenly holy grail? This fanatic was not sincere enough at all. Thank you. After a while, Chu Zijin suddenly said inexplicably. Chen Guang, huh? I know you can tell. I really admire you, just like those brainless groupies. I don't deny this. I know you are worried that I will be like other girls, unable to extricate myself from you. You did that on purpose just now to remind me not to lose my modesty just because I admire you, right? You are actually a good person. Chen Guang stared at her. This crazy person's train of thought was really wide. You can understand my flirting like this. You are really good at using the good person card. Alright, in a sense, you are not wrong to think that way. He didn't want to explain anymore. He realized that this girl's biggest problem was that her brain worked too fast. In an instant, she could go from a trivial matter to thousands of miles away. Speaking of which, she was indeed amazing. In the past, she had also shown many extraordinary talents in her live broadcasts. She could actually learn more than 30 languages in her spare time. If it wasn't for his existence, she would probably be considered a top genius in this world. She should be on the same level as the self-destructing maniac Nicosia Teppert. It seemed that he had underestimated her. Although the real her didn't have the mysterious air she showed in the live broadcast, her true level of genius was actually far beyond the ability she showed in the broadcast. Perhaps she had also held back in the live broadcast. Since Xingyu, He Xingliang, and the old man were born in the same era, it was really a tragedy for geniuses like you. Old Master Guang thought narcissistically. In the end, nothing happened between him and Chu Zijin. Firstly, he didn't have that intention. Secondly, although Chu Zijin admired him, she didn't turn her admiration into an impulse to give herself to him. She was very rational and organized her emotions and thoughts very clearly. She could even use her rationality to analyze her own feelings. After returning to the hotel, Chen Guang booked a plane ticket back to the 5 capitals tomorrow. He had nothing to do today, so he went to see the situation inside the Heavenly Holy Grail. Chen Guang wasn't in a hurry to enter the world in the cup. In fact, he could have gone in to take a look first, but he had been holding back. Although he didn't know what kind of surprise the statue in the world in the line of Heaven's cup would bring, he had a hunch that it wouldn't disappoint him. If it was in the past, Liuli would have notified him in his heart. However, recently, Liuli's seclusion had almost become a missing person. If he didn't know that she was in Yunqing and couldn't go anywhere, Chen Guang would have put up a missing person notice. At this time, Chen Guang was like buying a scratch-off lottery ticket. He could draw the lottery at any time, but he just didn't. He had to bathe and change his clothes, fast for 3 days, and then make a sincere wish in his heart. Then, he went to the temple to burn incense, and accumulated his luck to the extreme before he carefully scratched the cover on the lottery ticket. It was impossible to fast for 3 days, but he could bathe and change his clothes first. It would be good to complete half of it first, at least it would show that his attitude was very correct. 15 minutes later, Chen Guang changed into a loose set of pajamas, and then opened the bamboo leaf green in the private room. He used the Heavenly Holy Cup to make a cup of hot tea. Then, he picked up the cup, ran to the deck chair on the balcony and lay down. He gently took a sip of tea, held the lid of the cup in his hand, and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he had already appeared in Yunqing. Looking around, the place where Liuli used to sit was still empty. It seemed that she was still wrapped in the leaves of the deer cry fruit and hadn't come out. Turning his head, Chen Guang looked into the distance. The clouds in the sky seemed to be a bit more numerous than usual. However, ever since Cloud City was formed, if he didn't intentionally control it, he wouldn't be able to see the faith threads that covered the sky and covered the earth. At this time, on the platform of the wall of Yunqing, there was a dazzling milky white ball of light that was flickering. Even Chen Guang himself couldn't clearly see what the statue of God in the ball of light looked like with his naked eye. Chen Guang wasn't in a hurry to fly over to check the appearance of the statue of God. Instead, he was calculating the production of faith value in his heart. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but after checking, he was shocked. The statue of God in the world in the one-line heavenly cup was really too terrifying. The production of faith value was actually 10 times that of the Divine Spirit statue. Now, with the increasing recovery of the Deer Cry fruit's ability, the production limit of the 7 Divine Spirit statues had already reached 52110. At this time, the statue of God formed from the world of languages had yet to be fully formed, but the gathering of faith value had already been completed, and the production had reached a full 521,100. There was an additional 0 at the back. The total production of faith value of the Heavenly Holy Cup instantly shot up from just over 400,000 to more than 900,000. Moreover, it seemed that because there were too many threads of faith value connected at the same time, even though the absorption of faith value had already been completed, the statue of God was still changing, as if there was some other way. Simply put, the crazy faith value brought by reaching 150 million people at the same time made the newly born statue of God's capacity completely explode. Although the production had reached the upper limit, the change in quantity led to a qualitative change. According to Lioli's theory as a lab rat, there must be something that he and she weren't aware of that was about to happen. Thinking back to the poor treatment he received every time he wanted to undergo special training, Chen Guang also felt extremely regretful. Don't anyone talk to me about great principles. In the future, I don't want to experience the beggar's version of the world in the cup ever again. That thing is simply poisonous. Don't think about such a simple good thing. In the future, you won't be able to customize special training like before. At this time, Lioli's voice finally floated over from the Deer Cry fruit. Chen Guang said in shock, "What's going on? Why is this happening? You already have the statue of God in the world in the line Heavenly Holy Cup. The Heavenly Holy Cup has determined that you have passed the novice stage. According to the online game in your world, you have already left the novice village. Do you still want to go back to the novice village to bully the newbies?" From the moment the statue of the language master began to brew, you can no longer use the most basic custom-made special training of the Heavenly Holy Cup. Chen Guang's face darkened. Isn't this a trap? Leveling up also brings about degradation of functions. Is this Heavenly Holy Cup addicted to leveling up in reverse? I keep feeling that you're the one who's tricking me. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Chen Guang was furious. If I had known it would be like this, I would have endured it a little longer. I would have gotten more special training of the Heavenly Holy Cup and built the statue of God in the line Heavenly Holy Cup. This emperor has tricked you, so what? Sure enough, the goddess was the goddess. This one has lost. Chapter 879. Humph. Little brat, it's good that you know how powerful it is. What do you know? The Heavenly Holy Grail is to prevent you from getting lost in the low-level spirit seeing sky level, understand? It's for your own good. Spirit seeing sky is so easy. And it's cheap. It's also cost-effective. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate more than 900,000 faith points a day, and I can get a super deluxe special training every 2 days. How great is that? What nonsense are you thinking about? Think about the sea of moments in the sky glimmer. A single world in a cup allowed you to learn close to 5,000 languages. How can this effect be compared to the lowest level spirit seeing sky? Not letting you use the spirit seeing sky special training is to let you obediently level up to the sky glimmer. Why don't you understand the painstaking efforts of this emperor and the Heavenly Holy Grail? Look at you, this emperor knows that you will definitely be immersed in the relaxed spirit-seeing sky. You should know that there is no free lunch in the infinite worlds. If you want to become the true lord of the 3,000 worlds, you can only advance bravely and bravely, cutting off your own path of retreat. Only then can you be free of worries. Chen Guang shrugged. I understand the logic, but I didn't cut off my path of retreat, it was you who cut it off for me. Don't worry about the details, you don't have a choice anyway. As the two were chatting, the ball of light on the Cloud City platform flickered continuously, finally dimming down. Chen Guang turned back to look, feeling extremely surprised. He had originally thought that the statue this time would be a huge mouth, but what appeared on the platform was a strange round ball of light. This ball of light was about 3,000 feet in diameter, floating in the air like a colorful sun. Chen Guang flew up using his will. When he got closer, he could clearly see that this ball of light was actually made up of countless mysterious symbols. These symbols were slowly revolving around the center according to a law that he completely did not understand. Every symbol looked like words, but also did not have any meaning, like a ghost drawing of a peach talisman. Chen Guang got even closer, squinting his eyes to look. With a thought, the originally fingernail-sized symbol strangely kept enlarging in his eyes. Only then did Chen Guang realize that the symbol, which looked like a hole, was actually made up of countless smaller symbols. Why don't you try zooming in again? He thought to himself. As expected, the image in his eyes continued to enlarge. The small symbols that formed the big symbols were actually made up of countless smaller symbols. Don't waste your energy. There's something strange about this statue of yours. In the words of some mathematicians in your world, even if you magnify it infinitely, you still won't be able to reverse it. You'll only see countless smaller symbols forming a larger symbol. When you can really see through the mystery of this statue, I should be able to get out of here. Chen Guang pinched his fingers and calculated. My dear Lord Lioli, this is only the second level of the world in the cup. Does it have to be so scary? Was this statue really that powerful? Doesn't our supreme holy grail have 9 layers? Lioli spat at him. A normal one-line sky god isn't this strange, but what? But you brat played a little too big this time. The first time you condensed the one-line sky god, you successfully created the strongest ultimate god statue. Therefore, some unexpected changes happened. Ha! Ultimate god statue. I've learned a new term. What changes? Perhaps it's because you obtained the absolute recognition of over 100 million people at the same time, which gave birth to the ultimate god statue. I'm not too sure about the specifics. If I could figure it out, I would have regained my freedom long ago. In any case, you only need to know that these symbols in your statue represent the ability to communicate with all living things. The so-called ultimate god statue is the complete form that represents this realm and level. It sounds amazing, but what's the benefit? Communicating with all living things. Does it mean that my ability to communicate with people has already broken through the sky? Can I talk to a rock in the future? Chen Guang thought that his premonition was indeed accurate. Not to mention the explosive increase in faith value, this inexplicable ultimate god statue sounded very scary. It was impossible that it didn't have any benefits. Am I going to be rich? Dream on. You've mastered all human languages on Earth, and your brain has mastered all human languages. You know the birth and evolution of these languages like the back of your hand. Your ability to communicate has indeed broken through the limits of humans on Earth. However, this only means that you've entered the door of communicating with all living things. You still have a long way to go. The realm of gods is not something that you can imagine at the moment. Then what's the use of this ultimate god statue? No, of course it's useful. Right now, these symbols in the statue are evolving on their own. It's the statue that is helping you complete the process of deduction. It's the statue that is helping you walk. When the statue truly completes all the deductions, you will truly have the ability to communicate with all living things. At that time, you might really be able to chat with a rock. You might even be able to give a soul to a lifeless object. You will become a god like me. Chen Guang was overjoyed. So powerful. How many years will it take? I've calculated with my fingers. 100 million years. You're F***ing kidding me. This emperor is serious. I would have become a fossil in 100 million years. What's the use of this? Of course it's useful. This statue at least means that you have the possibility. It's just like the tickets to those activities. With the tickets, you can at least enter the door. Apart from that, the ultimate god statue also brings you another benefit. What benefit? A title. From now on, you're also a person with a title. That sounds awesome. What's the title? The god of communication. Doesn't that sound a little too wretched? You might as well be called the god of shady transactions. The electronic voice of the heavenly Holy Grail sounded without warning. Congratulations on the successful naming of the Redeemer. Earth Sauce Exploder Chen Guang has obtained the title, God of Shady Transactions. Chen Guang's eyes widened. What's going on? Does this mean that our idle chatter just now inexplicably triggered the naming mechanism of the heavenly Holy Grail again? Yes, that's right. Isn't this a little too casual? It's clearly such a serious matter. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Or at least give me a hint. Is this your first time dealing with the heavenly Holy Grail? Chen Guang was instantly speechless. I've been tricked by my own naming disease again. Forget it. Can we change it? Name change failed. Once a title is determined, it can't be changed. Chen Guang slapped himself in the face. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to strangle himself. Alright, stop struggling. God of Shady Transactions, Earth Sauce Exploder Chen Guang. Azure decisively added insult to injury. She loved to see Chen Guang's unlucky look. No, I can still salvage a little more. How can the heavenly Holy Grail be taken lightly? How can it be changed just because you say so? Be reasonable and don't change it. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Don't you want to know the benefits of this title? There are benefits. I've only just received a hint from the spirit of the Holy Grail. This title of God of Shady Transactions does indeed have some practical value. Please speak. When necessary, you can activate the forced shady transaction mode. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. I won't be able to use this function for the rest of my life. No. This forced shady transaction mode isn't what you think it is. For example, if you want to ask someone to do something, but under normal circumstances, the other party won't agree. At this time, you can forcefully pull him into the shady transaction mode and use arguments to forcefully convince the other party, thereby achieving your goal. Then, the other party will unknowingly think that your unreasonable request is also reasonable. Chen Guang thought about it in his mind. It's the same principle as the War of Words mode in the glorious Three Kingdoms that I played before. Forced shady transaction. He recalled the diplomatic mode in the history of the Three Kingdoms. Once, he was almost destroyed by the computer because he was hosting the computer. Then, he decisively sent a civil official to negotiate for peace, but the computer could destroy him in minutes. In the end, he triggered the War of Words mode. Then, he relied on the victory of the War of Words to forcefully negotiate for peace, which bought him precious time to continue struggling at death's door for 30 years, although in the end, he was still invaded by the southern barbarians. Sometimes, the War of Words mode would also be triggered when a general surrendered. Although this mode was completely unreasonable, it was indeed useful. Lioli humphed. That's right. You've also played the glorious Three Kingdoms before. I played it when I had nothing to do. I've been busy recently, so I don't have time. Oh, alright, if there's nothing else, you can scram. I have to busy myself again. Chen Guang's mouth twitched. Be careful that I don't force you to do a shady transaction and make you call me Dear Master Guang in the future. Do you believe it or not? Save it with me. How can a mortal conduct shady transactions with a god? Oh right, let me give you a reminder. From today onwards, don't easily use your faith points. I have a great use for it, so the more you save, the better. Originally, I didn't intend to tell you in advance, but since you've created a Skyline God statue, and the production of faith points has skyrocketed, I can reveal a little to you. Chen Guang's eyes lit up. The big plan that Lioli had been working on for a long time had finally revealed some clues. No, as the god of shady transactions, how could I let her fool me so easily? I have to swindle some information out of her. Alright, stop bluffing. You already have inner strength now, but it's not strong enough. You don't have an absolute guarantee of safety in this world. I'm tired of being your nanny, so I plan to let your inner strength become like that as soon as possible. It can be of great use, so you don't have to ask me for help for no reason. Sigh, having a roundworm in my stomach is so strenuous. There's no sense of accomplishment at all. How dare you say that I'm a roundworm? Dear Cry, help me send him on his way. Pia. Master Guang directly slapped Dear Cry's big leaf out of the cup world. Coming out of the cup world, he looked at his watch. Alright, there's no need to look anymore. Cell phones nowadays don't display seconds, so there's no way of knowing how many seconds have passed. He stood up and turned on the television, switching to the Central TV Entertainment channel. The group of judges were still bitterly giving their scores, and even Chen Guang felt tired for them. Fortunately, he had run away quickly. The old man didn't need to participate in such trivial matters. Then the problem was, what should he do now? What? Hit the sword tower to practice martial arts. How strange. Ever since he found out that Lioli's grand plan was related to his inner force, his entire body suddenly became limp, and he couldn't muster up any energy at all. It's probably because I've been gaming too much recently, and my gaming overload disorder is acting up again. Let me rest for 17 or 18 years before I consider this matter. Chen Guang's mind was in a mess. He felt that there were many things he wanted to do, but he didn't know what to do immediately. It was only past 7 in the evening, and he was still miles away from sleeping. He lay alone in his room, feeling that once he didn't feel like gaming, he would become bored. His intuition told him that this wouldn't do. He was the owner of the heavenly Holy Grail, Lioli's savior, so he had to make efficient use of his time. Life was about persevering and fighting, and he couldn't waste even an inch of time. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Alright, he finally remembered that he hadn't had dinner yet. After calling the restaurant's customer service and ordering a set meal for 3, Chen Guang began to fiddle with the computer in boredom again. Compared to a few days ago, there had been a 180-degree turn of events on the internet. He didn't need to read too much to imagine how these people would talk about him now. For example, the number of comments under his most recent update on Weibo had exceeded 500,000 today, and it was rushing straight to the extremely exaggerated figure of 1 million comments. It wasn't impossible for it to exceed 3 million comments in 3 or 4 days. His number of Weibo fans had increased by another 10 million these days, reaching an outrageous 31 million. Once again, it was emphasized that they were all living people, and there were no zombie fans. The last time a celebrity's Weibo was so popular, it was already when the wife of a popular A-list male celebrity had an affair. This Weibo post was produced by Tianguang Management Company, and the whole process of Chen Guang's World Language Conference was brilliantly edited. The production was rushed, but it was still beautiful enough. Chen Guang didn't even dare to look at the comments below. If he read too much, he was afraid that he would become arrogant and complacent. He randomly picked one. Brother all-rounder, I want to give birth to your child. This young lady was very honest. Not only did she comment, but she even attached an untouched photo of her bare face. She was really beautiful. Brother all-rounder, I want to give birth to your child too. Damn it, this guy was a guy. The two comments with the highest number of likes were reposted and commented by Jin Shuyue and Jiang Yage. Sure enough, the halo of popularity that came with the two of them was strong enough. Wherever they went, they were the focus of attention. Even if they hid in hundreds of thousands of comments and randomly posted an emoji, they would be picked out and praised for the next year. Jiang Yage only sent an emoji and a thumbs-up gesture. Jin Shuyue typed a paragraph, I always knew that you were the best. Not only these two, but other celebrities that Chen Guang didn't know also reposted and commented on their own. He didn't know if it was started by Jin Shuyue or Jiang Yage. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Chen Guang's Weibo couldn't be stopped. Before dinner was delivered, Chen Guang received a few more calls. They were probably from Lu Fei, Wu Tong, and Zhou Jingxi. Even his younger sister, Fan Lingshan, who he hadn't seen for a long time and was currently in her third year of high school, sent him a message to congratulate him. As for Tang Ying, well, Chen Guang took the initiative to call her to report the good news, but she turned off her phone. Over at school, Lin Jingwei started a video chat with him. Chen Guang realized that the three of them had already printed out his photo and hung it on the wall. There was an incense burner below it, just like how the seniors would burn incense and pray to Brother Chen before every exam. Chen Guang had become the new generation's prodigy. Chapter 880. F***ck, I was just saying. You guys don't really have to worship me, right? Ban Yangzi snatched the phone from Lin Jingwei's hand. Brother Guang, you have no idea how popular you are in school now. If we don't act quickly, our business will be snatched away. Chen Guang was puzzled. Business? Ban Yangzi dodged and aimed the camera behind him. On the coffee table in the dormitory living room was a thick stack of freshly baked photos that were still emitting steam. On the photo was a picture of Chen Guang's big pancake face. Beside the pancake face was a bunch of words. The first line, if you believe in Brother Guang, you will not fail. The second line, if you worship the prodigy, you will gain eternal life. The horizontal line, invincible. F***cku. Chen Guang immediately understood what these bastards were planning. They were planning to make a fortune by selling his photos. Lin Jingwei's head popped out of the video. The cost is 150 yuan per photo. Let's sell it for 5 yuan. How about that? I'll give you half of the profits. Chen Guang secretly rolled his eyes. Your grandfather's New Year's money should be enough for you to live freely for the rest of your life. How embarrassing. Wait, don't sell it yet. Wait for me to come back and sign it before selling it. It's 50 yuan per photo. I'll personally consecrate it. It'll appreciate. As expected of Brother Guang. You're a genius. That's for sure. As Chen Guang chatted with the others, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, there was a handsome young man standing outside. He was dressed in a neat waiter's uniform. Master Guang's eyes narrowed. This year's Tianjin hotel didn't have a high EQ. How could they send a young man to deliver food to a male tenant? You even sent such a handsome young man. It's obvious that you're targeting me. Forget it. Fortunately, I'm more handsome than him. Mr. Chen, your dinner. The young man straightened his back and stood at the door in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He felt uncomfortable being scrutinized by Chen Guang from head to toe. Just now, in order to snatch the place to deliver food to Chen Guang, the guest service department almost fought. At the critical moment, the manager stood up to calm the situation and let him, the only person who didn't fight for the place, deliver the food. The young man was a little reluctant, but he couldn't ignore the manager's words, so he stiffened his neck and came. Looking at Chen Guang in front of him, the young man thought to himself, I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Xiaoli was really something. Why did she worship him? Was that necessary? Thinking back to when he was in the customer service department's office, the waitress that he had always admired, Xiaoli, actually said that she was willing to give birth to his child. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Rival in love. That's right, this is my love rival. An imperceptible hostility flashed in the young man's eyes. He could hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from Chen Guang. As the god of acting, Chen Guang immediately noticed it. This young man doesn't like me. Chen Guang raised his eyebrows slightly, suddenly feeling interested. He immediately remembered the new skill that he had just obtained and hadn't had the chance to test out its power. Forced transaction. Young man, I see that you don't look good, so I have to talk to you. Bro, give me 100 yuan. That's right, not borrow, but directly ask. Chen Guang said casually. He thought of an idea that the young man would never agree to. Forced begging mode, are you afraid? As expected, the young man was stunned. He looked at Chen Guang with a face full of caution. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Chen Guang grunted through his nose. Nothing. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes and decisively activated forced transaction mode on the young man. The scenery around the two instantly changed, and they appeared on 2 stone pillars about 2 meters in diameter. The lava below them was boiling, and waves of hot air rose from below. Chen Guang was very familiar with this scene. Wasn't this the battle of words in the glorious 3 kingdoms? The heavenly Holy Grail really cut corners. He looked up and saw that the young man was standing on another platform. However, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he looked at him calmly. It was obvious that this young man was also a spirit when he came in. Moreover, his mind was in a completely sealed state. There was no emotion at all, just like an NPC in a game. Forced transaction. Begin now. The exclusive electronic voice of the heavenly Holy Grail echoed in the air. Chen Guang's face darkened. A battle of words was a battle of words, why did it have to be a forced transaction? No, a battle of words sounded even more wretched. Forget it, don't worry about the details. The sun is round. The young man who was sealed got into the zone before Chen Guang, and initiated an attack at the first instance. As he opened his mouth, a string of words turned into golden light and flew straight in front of him, hitting the pillar below Chen Guang. The pillar rumbled and fell down. You received 5 points of truth damage. The electronic voice of the heavenly Holy Grail immediately sounded in Chen Guang's mind. Look at my fiery temper. I was the one who wanted to trade with you, and you actually made the first move. Without thinking, Chen Guang pointed at the young man and shouted, 3 monks have no water to eat. The words that came out of his mouth also turned into golden light and flew out, hitting the stone pillar below the young man. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Rocks flew everywhere. The young man's stone pillar was lowered by a lot. It was at least 8 times the distance that Chen Guang fell. Critical hit. You dealt 45 points of proverbial damage to the opponent. The opponent has entered a state of dizziness, triggering a combo. Chen Guang came again. Pleasant goat, pretty goat, baldy strong, let's play mahjong. Another large ball of golden light flew straight in front of him. This time, it directly blew up the stone pillar below the young man. Critical hit. You dealt 65 points of bullshit damage to the opponent. Defeated the opponent. The poor young man fell into the magma with a plop. White smoke was coming out of his body. He looked very miserable. In an instant, there was no more sound. With a snort, Chen Guang replied, "Huh? Are you kidding me? The old man is the god of PY trading who knows 4,987 languages. What are you going to use to fight me?" Although he still did not quite understand this PY trading, pui, a war of words, pui. In short, the theory and mode of this war of words mode were not important. Anyway, his attributes were not just 1 or 2 levels higher than the young man's. It was simply the difference between a max-level RMB player and a beginner who had just entered the game. When the young man scolded him, he lost 5 points of HP. When he scolded him, he was stunned by a critical hit. In short, he was very cool. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to reality. The young man, who had been on his guard just a moment ago, walked in excitedly with the lunchbox and placed it on the table with a thud. Then, he immediately turned around and took out $100 from his pocket, forcefully stuffing it into Chen Guang's hands. "Mr. Chen, please accept my $100. Old Master Guang was stunned. Why was it so blunt? There was no reason at all. There was no foreshadowing. It was like a person walking on the street suddenly finding a passerby pleasing to the eye, and rushing up to give him $100. Was that even possible? Then, the young man turned around and left without looking back. He was as carefree as a living lay Feng who did a good deed without leaving his name. Old Master Guang clutched the $100 in his hands. He finally had a deep understanding of the power of this forced PY trading. There was no need to say anything else. He had to quickly call that God Tycoon Gates and execute a forced PY trading with him, making him change the name of the heir on the will to him. Forced PY trading mode is on cooldown. Cooldown time, to be determined. Just as he was thinking about this, the heavenly Holy Grail gave him a hint without giving him any face. "Damn it, Lioli, you tricked me. You didn't even tell me such important information." Forget it. Thinking about her usual style of doing things, there was nothing strange about this situation. Lioli always tricked people unknowingly. It was a familiar smell, a familiar formula. Forget it. Don't bother about those details. Based on her and the Heavenly Holy Grail's character, if there was really an emergency, the word, "to be determined," in the cooldown time would instantly change to, "immediately." As Chen Guang started eating, the young man walked out in a daze. When he was about to return to the office, he heard Shaoli complaining that the manager didn't allow her to send food to Chen Guang. His body trembled as he realized what was going on. Strange, why did I want to give Chen Guang $100 so badly just now? Why was this happening? I don't understand at all. But at that time, that thought was so strong. Forget it. Anyway, $100 isn't much. Speaking of which, Chen Guang is really down to earth. He actually accepted $100 just like that. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to accept it. The next morning, Chen Guang sneaked out of his room and drove Lu Xiaoyang's rented car straight to the airport. "President Chen, why are you running away like a thief?" "I'm a celebrity now, so I have to be more discreet when I go out. Otherwise, I'll be stuck on the road anytime, okay?" "That's true, but do we have to leave at 5:30 in the morning?" "Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." How could Chen Guang admit that he was hiding from Big Beard Dang? Yes, that's right. Finally, his world language conference ended. Although the filming crew didn't get any footage of him for a while, Big Beard Dang decided to come to Tianjin Hotel early in the morning. He only had one purpose, which was to arrest Chen Guang, the investor and the male lead of Women. You didn't get any footage now, but you're a layman and a major shareholder of the movie. You should stay with the crew for a few more days, so that I can guide you personally. You can also observe how others act in the movie, right? If Yang Shi hadn't secretly found a chance to text Chen Guang in the middle of the night, Chen Guang would definitely have been caught red-handed this morning. Therefore, he simply set the alarm clock to 5:30 in the morning just to hide from Big Beard. As a best actor, how could he waste his precious time on this kind of thing? After arriving at the airport, Lu Xiaoyang drove away again. There were still a lot of follow-up work for the World Language Conference that needed to be properly completed. Tianguang Brokerage and several capable people not only couldn't get away, but Su Li from the finance department even rushed to Yanjing last night. Chen Guang, wearing a cap, stayed at the airport for more than 2 hours. If he hadn't decisively asked the person in charge of Yanjing Airport to get in through the back door, he would have almost caused a commotion. He couldn't help it. He had just shocked the whole world yesterday, and today his popularity was still in the sky. Who in the world didn't know him? The old man was actually a low-key person, but he couldn't do as he pleased in the world. He had to be famous. He had to let others know him. He had to slap the whole world in the face. Otherwise, how could he set up a statue and collect faith? Celebrities had their advantages, but naturally, they also had their difficulties. This was the price he had to pay for being famous. In this regard, Chen Guang had nothing to complain about. There were gains and losses. He could understand everything, but it was a little troublesome. Chapter 881. By the time the plane reached Wujing, many people had already heard the news. As soon as he got off the plane, he was surrounded by a dense crowd of reporters. If not for the fact that they knew that he had a bad temper and that there were already people who got into trouble at the entrance of Gokyo University, the reporters would have already surrounded him. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. May I know when your next program will be? Mr. Chen, some people say that you are the smartest person in the world. What do you think of that? What other abilities do you have? Although Chen Guang's mind was in a mess from the questions, he couldn't just chase them away. He really didn't know why, but since he got on the plane from Beijing today, his temper had become violent. There was always anger in his heart. He felt that he could tolerate things in the past, but no matter how he looked at it today, he felt uncomfortable and didn't want to tolerate it at all. He waved his hands. Make way, everyone make way. I can't even get out. Mr. Chen, please answer some questions. At least answer one. The reporters did not give up. Although they did not rush forward, they did not disperse. Many ordinary people in the distance also noticed them and gathered to watch the commotion. Chen Guang was furious in his heart. This place isn't big, and you're all piling up here. What if there's a stampede? Get out of my way. This is a private trip, not a commercial event. This is not a press conference either. I will not answer any questions. You. Which company are you from? Give me your name card if you have the guts. Answer my ass. Don't come looking for me if it's not a press conference. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Chen Guang was furious. Before the crowd completely surrounded him, he forcefully used the power of his Qilin arm to push the crowd away. Seeing that the reporters were still chasing him, he turned around and took out his phone to aim at them. Come, let's see who dares to chase after me. I can't do anything to you if you don't tell me which company you're from. I'll take pictures of you. Don't you want to interview me? I'll pay you a visit later and let you interview me, okay? This time, the reporters saw that he was serious. This was a sign that he was going to settle the score. They quickly turned around and scattered. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. Chen Guang then ran wildly in the airport and disappeared in a flash. Finally sitting in Lin Jingwei's borrowed car, Chen Guang wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Lin Jingwei yawned. You still have the cheek to say that. Last night, we played Dota 2's new version 7.0 until midnight. I was planning to sleep in, but you forced me out of bed, and you didn't even give me my salary. Are you Huang Shiren? Chen Guang glanced at him. It's not good to drive when you're tired. Let me drive. I'll show you what a racing god can do. Sigh, I have no choice. Didn't you see how disgusting I was to the reporters at the airport? Lin Jingwei moved his nest and teased, You're blaming me. Isn't this the path you chose? Chen Guang couldn't explain it to him. He let out a long sigh. You don't understand the pain in my heart. I have a feeling that you won't be able to go to school anytime soon. Chen Guang nodded. I know that. Then what do you plan to do? You don't want to drop out of school, and you want to study hard like us. But the more you struggle, the more famous you become. Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? Chen Guang didn't say anything else. He understood what Lin Jingwei said. But he had no choice. The conflict between faith and a comfortable civilian life was a dead knot that couldn't be avoided. From the time he chose to open Weibo, step by step he turned from a nameless racing god wearing a V mask to a world-famous all-rounder. These things were basically doomed. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. He thought to himself that after he completely solved the internal force martial artist problem, his need for faith would probably not be so strong anymore. After that, he would slowly think of a way to cool everything down. Although this world's language gathering might cause him to lose his peace for a period of time, it was worth it just for the sake of the 900,000 plus points of faith he could produce every day and for the sake of finally allowing Azure to complete her grand plan. The car turned and went straight to the city. Not going to school? Chen Guang nodded. Yes, to the headquarters of Guangding General Administration. Alright, you drive nearby first, then get out and find a way to get there yourself. Why? Lin Jingwei said unhappily, This is a car I borrowed from my friend. It can't enter such a high security unit, and I can't enter either. Don't drag me down. Even you don't have the right to enter. Lin Jingwei shrugged. I do have the right, but my grandfather is always trying to tie me to your business. If I enter Guangding General Administration, I'll be your assistant at any time. I can't even wait to avoid it, okay? Alright, I'm starting to envy you. Chen Guang said casually as he turned on the right turn signal, preparing to enter the auxiliary road to exit the airport highway. He also planned to overtake the Land Rover that was also going to exit the highway from the left side. Suddenly, just as Chen Guang was about to successfully overtake the Land Rover changed lanes without any warning and cut diagonally toward Chen Guang and Lin Jingwei's car, squeezing them into the highway's guardrail. If it was anyone else in this situation, they would have fallen for it without a doubt. Everything happened so suddenly that there was almost no time for anyone to react. However, the one sitting in the car was a god. The god of racing, Chen Guang. In the nick of time, Chen Guang slammed on the brakes and activated the ABS anti-lock system. The front of the car slammed into the ground, and the car trembled violently. Lin Jingwei's reaction was also very fast. Seeing that the situation was not good, he didn't cry out. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed the handrail above his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't cause any disturbance to Chen Guang. In less than half a second, the car's speed dropped sharply. Because Chen Guang slammed on the brakes too hard, the ABS system and ESP body stability couldn't stop the car from skidding. In the beginning, the front of the car was heading to the right, while the rear of the car was heading to the left. However, Chen Guang suddenly turned the steering wheel and made use of the friction between the front wheels and the ground to instantly change the direction of the car to the left, while the rear of the car swung to the right, parallel to the Land Rover. At this moment, both cars were at a 45-degree angle with the road. The tires spun wildly, dragging 4 long scratches on the road, and slid forward sideways. This was the top drifting technique, straight-line drifting. At this moment, Chen Guang immediately realized 2 things. First, the Land Rover was intentional. Second, the person in the Land Rover was also an expert. As expected, the Land Rover saw that it couldn't press Chen Guang and Lin Jingwei's car against the guardrail. It swung the front of the car, and the brake lights lit up, planning to use the rear of the car to press the front of Chen Guang's car. The opponent had the upper hand. If Chen Guang's car collided with the rear of the opponent's car diagonally, it would probably be flipped over. But this wasn't the end. Chen Guang glanced at the corner of his eye and saw the front of a large truck flash by in the rearview mirror above his head. There was a large truck behind it. They were in cahoots with the Land Rover. These two were going to trap him in the middle. Little Lin. Sit tight. Chen Guang shouted. His left hand grabbed the steering wheel and swung it to the right. His right hand forcefully switched from 5th gear to reverse, and then he pulled the handbrake. Thankfully, little Lin didn't borrow a luxury car, but an ordinary Volkswagen manual transmission. If it was an electronic handbrake, it would really be hopeless. His eyes focused, and his right foot changed from the brake to the accelerator. Although I don't know who it is, they want to cause a car accident. Practice for another 100 years. Chapter 882. A violent collision sound came from the direction of the clutch and the engine. The car suddenly stopped, but Chen Guang's right hand restarted the engine at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. A moment later, just as the car was about to hit the rear of the Land Rover and be run over by the truck behind, the forward rotation of the car's wheels finally stopped. The next moment, the tachometer instantly pulled to the red line, and the front wheels of the car in reverse began to spin crazily. Thick smoke spewed out from under the front wheels like a fountain. At the same time, under Chen Guang's precise direction control, the car was still sliding forward vertically, but horizontally, the car had already begun to move backward. This poor family Volkswagen, under the control of the racing god Chen Guang, instantly burst out the last brilliance of its life. The side of the car first hit the Land Rover in the front that had slammed on the brakes, but because the longitudinal side sliding speed was not fast enough, the car did not roll over. Instead, a burst of sparks was scraped at the point of contact, accompanied by ear-piercing squeaks. At this moment, the front of the truck behind also tightly stuck to the front, but the other party's goal did not seem to be to kill Chen Guang and Lin Jingwei on the spot. Early on, the truck had already slowed down and braked in advance, and its goal seemed to be to firmly press Chen Guang's car in the middle. The force from the front and the back caused the entire car of the Volkswagen to be completely perpendicular to the direction of the road, and quickly squeezed and deformed the doors on both sides. Although Lin Jingwei was calm, at this moment, he was also frightened by the situation, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This is a pill. He turned his head to look in the direction of Chen Guang, but found that Chen Guang was still calm and composed. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Lin Jingwei finally started howling at the top of his lungs. Chen Guang did not pay attention to him, still firmly controlling the steering wheel, and the strength of his foot on the gas pedal became stronger and stronger. The tachometer moved further and further away from the red line, and the engine was making its final roar. Finally, when the speed reached its limit and the entire engine was on the verge of collapse, the power of the reverse car broke through the critical point. Immediately after, the front of the truck and the rear of the Land Rover were tightly sandwiched between the front of the truck and the rear of the Land Rover. Along with the door, it deformed all the way, leaving dazzling sparks on both sides as it slid out like a slippery carp. It was obvious that Chen Guang was able to get the truck out of trouble in such a situation. It was completely beyond the ambushers' expectations. Even before Chen Guang escaped, the truck released the brakes and switched to the accelerator, continuing to press forward. Unfortunately, the truck driver's reaction was half a beat too slow, and the front of Chen Guang's car was completely detached. After getting rid of it, Chen Guang pulled the handbrake again and fiercely turned the steering wheel. The car brazenly turned 270 degrees in the narrow auxiliary road, and miraculously, it was parallel to the Land Rover that had been caught up by the big truck. The whole process of getting rid of the car was done in one go, as smooth as flowing water, worthy of Chen Guang's illustrious reputation as the god of racing. If he was alone in the car, he might choose to get off immediately and deal with the other party. This was simply making trouble for him, and he couldn't tolerate it. But now, Lin Jingwei was also in the car. Although Lin Jingwei didn't neglect his training, he was just an ordinary person after all, and Chen Guang didn't want to put him in danger. So, he decided to run away. Don't look at the old man's car, as long as it can run and I'm prepared. Even if you drive an F1, you can't do anything to me, okay? Little Lin, sit tight. Let's go first. Chen Guang reminded him. He immediately shifted the gear, turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and was ready to speed up and leave. Then, nothing happened. The car had completely stalled, and the accelerator was almost broken by him, but there was still no movement. Lin Jingwei looked at the hood that was emitting black smoke and could burn at any time. He was very anxious and said, "I think it's dead." "I know. What do we do now?" Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best strategy. I'll count to 3, then get out and run. Lin Jingwei, okay. 1, 2, 3, run. During this delay, the doors of the Land Rover and the truck, which were parked about 7 to 8 meters in front of them, opened at the same time. 6 guys dressed in black jumped out of the cars and pounced at them without saying a word. Chen Guang didn't dare to delay. He immediately prepared to open the door and get out. He pulled the handle, but there was no response. It seemed that the door lock was damaged because of the truck's deformation. There was no more time. He exerted strength in his left hand and activated his Qilin arm. The car door was knocked open and he jumped out of the car. When he turned around, he saw that Lin Jingwei was still sitting in his seat, sweating profusely. Obviously, the door lock on his side was also broken, but he didn't have a Qilin arm like Chen Guang's, so he couldn't force the door open. "Brother Guang, you go first. I'll cover the rear." Lin Jingwei roared with a deathly expression. In an instant, the 6 people in front of him had already closed the distance of 2 to 3 meters. They didn't say a word, but they moved quickly and orderly. Even though it was a sudden ambush, they seemed to have formed a battle formation. Lin Jingwei knew he couldn't get out of the car in time, so he braced himself and shouted. Of course, he knew he didn't have the ability to cover the rear. He would be killed in the next second by these people. However, even if they stretched out their heads, it would still be a knife to them. My old Lin family doesn't have cowards. We definitely won't cower. Even if he was going to die, he had to put on a show to win back some momentum. Chen Guang rushed over and pulled him to his side. Go to hell. I was hoping you could take me down with you, but you can only hold them off for a few seconds. You should leave. With Chen Guang's cultivation, he couldn't be like Enchanting and Wu Miaowan, who could see through someone else's cultivation just by judging their momentum. Right now, Chen Guang didn't know what level of experts the other party had sent. He didn't even know who they were. However, to be on the safe side, he let Lin Jingwei go first. Lu Li was right. Although he had improved a little, he still lacked the ability to protect himself in this world. Unfortunately, before he could pull Lin Jingwei out of the car, the 6 people had already pounced on him. The person who moved the fastest reached his hand out from behind and grabbed the back of Chen Guang's shirt in a claw-like manner. He said in a hoarse voice, "Chief Chen, we have no intention of taking your and young Master Lin's lives. Come with us obediently." Chen Guang had no choice but to let go of Lin Jingwei. He turned around and punched the person behind him in the chest. The inner force of the painting manual erupted in an instant, and the muscles of his Qilin arm contracted violently. Chen Guang's right fist reached its peak in an extremely short amount of time and a relatively short distance. A sonic boom like the firing of a mortar came from his right fist. The person who was about to grab the back of Chen Guang's shirt immediately changed his expression. He changed his claw into a palm and retracted it, using his palm to block Chen Guang's fist. A loud sound rang out. The person was sent flying due to a moment of carelessness. Strange cracking sounds rang out as the bones in his arm were broken inch by inch. With just one punch from Chen Guang, he was heavily injured. Chen Guang didn't feel happy that he had succeeded in one move. Instead, he frowned. Wu Miaowan and Enchanting had once said that his full-force punch could heavily injure a martial artist at the peak of bone strength like Wu Miaowan. His counterattack was extremely sudden and didn't give him any time to prepare. However, this person was able to counterattack in the nick of time and only lose one hand. There was only one explanation. This person was stronger than Wu Miaowan and Enchanting. A skin-strength martial artist. Those who came with ill intentions. Those with good intentions didn't come. The ambusher was even more shocked than Chen Guang was when he was sent flying. What was going on? In just a few short months, Chen Guang, who didn't cultivate inner force and could only rely on the brute force of his hands, actually had inner force. Furthermore, he was so strong that he could injure a skin-strength martial artist with one punch. Did that mean he was also a skin-strength martial artist? The person who was sent flying took a few steps back. The soles of his feet left a series of inch-deep footprints on the solid surface of the highway. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. His right hand hung weakly by his side, and a strange flush flashed across his face. What's going on? This guy is only a muscle-strength martial artist and he can injure me so badly. As soon as he said that, the other 5 people heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they thought about it again, they felt their blood run cold. If a mere muscle-strength martial artist could injure a skin-strength martial artist, then how terrifying was this guy's physical strength? How terrifying was the speed of his growth? For a moment, the 6 of them only felt extremely lucky. If they hadn't seen him sitting in the same car with that young master named Lin Jingwei and happened to have no bodyguards with him, they would never have realized how terrifying Chen Guang's growth could be. After thinking about it carefully, they only felt that they were lucky to have survived a disaster. For a long period of time, although they had been secretly spying on him, he was always idling around and didn't do anything serious. Instead, he made a name for himself on the internet. Now, he was living like a star. They thought that this kid was addicted to the extravagant life of a rich man. They didn't expect that he was actually using an inhuman method that was beyond their understanding to seize the inner force. If they delayed it for a while, they were afraid that this kid could really grow to the level where he could threaten a martial artist at the peak of skin strength. Coupled with his identity as the director of the General Administration of Light, he would definitely become a big problem. Even Mr. Ing would make a mistake. The 6 people looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy that they were about to make a great contribution. Let's go together. The guy with a crippled hand shouted and rushed forward with his left hand. The other 5 people nodded and made up their minds in an instant. 4 of them took out a black half-meter-long iron rod and blocked in front of the car door. They smashed the iron rod in their hands at Chen Guang. Another person jumped on the hood and bent down. Black gas appeared on his palm and his fingers glowed with a metallic luster. It seemed that he planned to directly break the cracked windshield and directly grab Lin Jingwei. After all, Chen Guang was only one person. His face was bitter. There was still hope for him to break through, but what about Lin Jingwei? Bang! A gunshot came from behind Chen Guang. The front windshield suddenly exploded. The person who jumped on the hood covered his chest and flew out. Blood spurted out from his chest. Lin Jingwei's face was gloomy as he stared at the front. Both of his elbows were on the back of the seat. Both of his hands were holding a small gun that was only the size of a palm. The thumb-thick muzzle was still emitting thick smoke. Although the gun in his hand was very small, its power was quite extraordinary. It must be the trump card that the old man prepared for him to save his life. At this time, it came in handy. Brother Guang, I only have 1 shot. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. I won't die. They want to capture us alive. As long as there's life, there's hope. Chen Guang swung his arm in a circle and punched at the iron rods that the 4 people in front of him had swung down. Only to hear the sound of banging, he actually used his fists to beat back the iron rods of the 4 people. He said, "Damn it, you came in here because of me. How can I run away alone? Don't worry, if something happens to us here, there will be surveillance over there. The masters from the Guangding General Headquarters will be here soon." Chen Guang bluffed. Taking advantage of this short interval, he finally pulled Lin Jingwei out of the car. "You hide behind me. I'm going all out." Chen Guang's fist was in great pain. Although the bones of his Kirin arm were naturally tough, his opponents were all skin-tendon martial artists. Although they were not very profound, even not as good as Wen Wen and Xayan Qin's and Wu Miaowan's master, who seemed to have just broken through the realm, they were still genuine skin-tendon martial artists. The strength of the iron rods enhanced by their internal strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Guang felt that his bones had probably fractured. But at this moment, his fist was aching and numb. It felt both familiar and bizarre, similar to the regenerative ability of the Earthshaker in the Second Punishment World. It must be the regenerative ability of the Earthshaker that had been dormant for a long time, and it must be the regenerative ability of the Earthshaker. What are you waiting for? He's alone. Can he stop the 6 of us? The guy whose right hand was crippled rushed back and said indifferently. No, old 6 is dead. Another person pointed at the man who was still lying on the ground after being shot by Lin Jingwei. F***CK. Bastard. Bang. At this time, another gunshot came from behind Chen Guang. The opponent had lost another person. The one with the broken arm was anxious. Don't you only have 1 shot? Lin Jingwei leaned against the car door. His back was burned by the friction of the car door just now. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, there's never too much deception in war. I still have 4 shots, just enough for the 6 of you. In fact, he was really bragging this time. Although the special small pistol was powerful and loaded with the new type of depleted uranium bullets that were specially designed to deal with internal strength martial artists, the pistol was only so big. It could only have 2 shots, no more. Chen Guang was overjoyed. Awesome! Go to hell. Do you think we'll be fooled again? The remaining 4 saw 2 of their companions die inexplicably under the gun. They were immediately furious and rushed forward again. Chen Guang wanted to use the same trick again and use his fist to repel the opponent's iron rod. However, he saw that one of them pretended to swing the rod with his right hand and threw a small black ball from his left hand. It passed through Chen Guang's crotch and landed behind him. The 4 people who were about to pounce on him dodged to the side in unison. Chen Guang had seen this thing before. It was a hidden weapon from the dark sect, Thunderbolt Flame. Little Lin, run. Chapter 883. Just as he finished speaking, it was already too late. The Thunderbolt Flame exploded. Lin Jingwei only had time to lean to the side, and Chen Guang only had time to clamp his legs together and jump forward. Listening to the sound, the power of the thunderbolt explosion was not as powerful as the one thrown by the person Chen Guang met in Feng Town in the western suburbs. In order to capture him and Lin Jingwei alive, the other party was indeed well prepared. The explosion would not kill, but it would seriously injure them. Chen Guang's back and buttocks were burning hot, and he did not know how many shrapnel from the thunderbolt had hit his back. However, the weakened version of the shrapnel did not seriously injure him. It only scraped the skin on his back, leaving countless bloody marks. At the same time, the clothes on his buttocks were cut off. Lin Jingwei cried out in pain and fell sideways. Chen Guang looked back, and suddenly his eyes were wide open. The right side of Lin Jingwei's body was a bloody mess, and the densely packed black shrapnel covered his right shoulder and thigh. He was not like Chen Guang, who had a perfect body that surpassed human beings. His muscles had no resistance, and the shrapnel had penetrated deep into his flesh. Seriously injured. The 4 people who had just dodged saw that their attack had succeeded, and in an instant, surrounded them from the front and back of the car. Although 2 of their people had died, they were well trained, and knew that Mr. Ying's request was to capture these 2 people alive. Although they were furious, their moves were not fatal. Although Chen Guang was stronger than they had expected, he was not invincible. Moreover, he had young Master Lin beside him. Lin Jingwei had fainted and fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chen Guang did not have time to check on Lin Jingwei's injury, and he was surrounded by 4 people. Every single one of these 4 people was stronger than him. Even though their skills were superficial and they did not seem to be the result of ordinary bitter cultivation, they were still genuine leather tendon martial artists after all. Chen Guang punched again and blocked the iron rod that the man with the crippled right hand swung at him with his left hand. Against 4 opponents with specially made iron rods, who knew how many attacks he had blocked in a minute. The backs of his 5 fingers and fists had long since been torn to pieces, revealing white bones. Chen Guang would have been completely subdued and captured alive if it weren't for the fact that his Mother Earth exploder ability, which allowed his cracked bones to rapidly recover. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 of them didn't dare to kill him, Chen Guang would have been completely subdued and captured alive. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Who the hell are you people? Why do you have to deal with me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who is sitting next to me? Chen Guang shouted. In fact, he had already guessed the identity of the other party from the thunderbolt fire. He was undoubtedly an expert from the Dark Clan. He was just stalling for time by talking nonsense. The leader with one hand thought that Chen Guang was distracted. He waved his hand and signaled the others to stop for a while. Then, he said coldly, Director Chen, since we have also called out young Master Lin's name, of course we know who he is. Look at you now, and young Master Lin's injury is also very serious. I advise you to surrender. His tone sounded very calm, but Chen Guang could vaguely sense a trace of hatred in his tone when he mentioned Lin Jingwei. It was not easy to hide this kind of insignificant skill from the best actor. Without a doubt, even if he surrendered obediently, even if Lin Jingwei was lucky enough to survive, these people would not let him go easily just because of the 2 shots he took. Even if they didn't kill him, he might suffer a fate worse than death. Since you know who we are, how dare you attack us? Which sect are you from? Tell me your names. Chen Guang continued to play dumb. The leader sneered, Chen Guang, I don't know if you're really stupid or just playing dumb. Can't you tell which sect we're from? You and your Guangding General Headquarters have been trying to kill us for a long time. Do you really not know anything? Alright, boss, don't talk nonsense with him. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid the experts from the Guangding General Headquarters will be here soon. Seeing that he had failed to stall for time, Chen Guang had no choice but to raise his injured hands to deal with the other party. However, the ability of the people who exploded was too weak. It was far from the immortal body he had in the punishment realm. He was afraid that in a few more minutes, his hands would be completely shattered. Even though he had considered the possibility of being ambushed by the people from Poison Sect and Dark Sect, it had been peaceful for a long time since the last time and he had been hiding it well. He really could not figure out what was going on and why these people would suddenly be so determined. However, it had been about 4 to 5 minutes since the collision. Due to the large truck and Chen Guang's car blocking the exit of the auxiliary road, there was already a long queue behind it. There were even many onlookers who got out of their cars to watch the show. However, when they saw 2 people lying in a pool of blood with obvious explosion marks on the ground, 4 other people surrounding one person, and the person being surrounded protecting another bloody person behind him, the onlookers knew that things were getting serious. It was better not to get involved in the show, so they returned to their cars. The more enthusiastic ones hid far away and called the police. The timid ones simply did not get out of their cars from the auxiliary road. Instead, they continued to walk along the main road, planning to exit the highway at the next exit. Chen Guang decisively asked Lu Li for help in his heart. Lord Lu Li, help. I really can't help you this time. Your Lord Lu Li has already gone into seclusion. Unless you enter a state of near death, she won't be able to detect it. The one who answered him was Lu Minghua. That's not very good, is it? We'll deal with the important matters later. Lu Minghua snorted, what's the use of complaining to me? Forget it, this God Emperor has a good suggestion. Please say it. Surrender. Chen Guang used his shoulder to receive the stick while gritting his teeth in his heart. Are you kidding me? This will kill little Linny. Then you just carry it to death. So this is your idea? That's right. Good luck. Why is it good luck again? Chen Guang was really angry. Then, he was hit on the head with a stick. His head was ringing. Countless sparrows were flying around him. When he looked up, everything in front of him turned black. At this moment, there was a loud siren not far away. Chen Guang and the 4 people surrounding him turned their heads at the same time, only to see several police cars speeding along the emergency lane on the airport highway. Before the rescue from the Guangding General Headquarters arrived, the security and police forces from the airport had arrived first. Ha ha ha. You want to catch me with just you? Dream on. Obviously, his whole body was very weak, but Chen Guang still forced himself to hold on. He deliberately raised his voice and laughed loudly. But when he laughed, he was particularly weak. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his teeth. One of them was flustered and exasperated. He threw the iron stick away and took out a black, foot-long blade from behind him. This was his real weapon. It seemed that he was going to be ruthless. However, the leader, who had lost his hand, shouted at him. Stop. You can't kill him. Now the whereabouts of the Wen family's lord is unknown. If Chen Guang is alive, at least she still has something to worry about. If Qin Guang is dead, Mr. Ng will really be in trouble. But we can't take this opportunity to capture Qin Guang and this Lin brat alive. That's beating the grass and alerting the snake. It's a big crime. The leader said, we've already made a big mistake. We can't add to it. If we leave now, we still have a chance of survival. Let's go. Under his order, the four of them threw Qin Guang down and jumped out from the guardrail of the highway. They fell into the bushes a few feet below and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Guang's body went limp and he sat on the ground. He stretched out his hand to check Lin Jingwei's breathing. Fortunately, he was still breathing. He did not know how many times he had been hit by the stick during the few minutes of standing still. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. After the group of people talked to each other before they left, he finally figured out some things. No wonder Wen had not contacted him for a long time after he caused so much trouble. She had actually disappeared. There was no doubt that she would not disappear for no reason. Combined with her previous attitude, she must have wanted to rely on her own strength to deal a heavy blow to Poison Sect and Dark Sect. Today, this group of people was only watching and monitoring. They decided to make a move in a hurry. They must have found out that he was sitting in Lin Jingwei's car. If they were really captured by them, they would have two incredible hostages in their hands. They could use him to threaten Wen and force Wen to show herself. They could use Lin Jingwei as a threat to the old masters, making them hesitate to take action. Their wishful thinking was good. Fortunately, he had mastered inner force. He was different from before. Even if he was surrounded by four people, he could still hold on until now. It was also fortunate that they did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, he would not be able to turn the situation around. About half an hour later, Qin Guang and Lin Jingwei were both lying in the Shuanghe County Hospital at the airport. Their wards were heavily guarded. Dozens of emergency special forces soldiers were on standby. Other than that, the underworld experts that the Guangding General Headquarters had gathered were also rushing over. The first to arrive were Abbess Axian Yuan from Thousand Despair Sect and sect leader Wu Qingming from Thousand Flower Valley, who had been staying near Gokyo University. With these two experts at the peak of skin force, he would be safe for the time being. After waiting for another hour, the other experts from the Guangding General Headquarters finally arrived one after another. This was the first time Qin Guang saw so many experts under his command. He would not have known if he did not see them, but the moment he saw them, he was shocked. Lord Chrysanthemum's sect leader and the current number 1 crown prince were ambushed. Those who came to guard and rescue were all sect leaders from various sects and families. There were all kinds of strange people. Even the weakest one was at the peak of bone force. Qin Guang was shocked. So it turned out that he had unknowingly become the leader of so many experts? However, he was not in the mood to communicate with his subordinates. Instead, he urged Wu Miaowan, who was about to apply medicine on him, to go to Lin Jingwei's ward next door. Don't worry about me. My self-healing ability is very strong. Little Lin's injuries are more important. Wu Miaowan waved her hand. The right side of your classmate's body is full of shrapnel. We have to remove the shrapnel first before applying medicine. He has also lost a lot of blood and needs a blood transfusion. These things can be handled by surgeons. I'll just go. Don't worry, he won't die. Qin Guang relaxed a little, but then his expression turned cold. He said with a straight face, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that sect leader 1 is missing?" Xin Qin and Wu Miaowan, who were beside him, were stunned. They looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Guang said angrily, "Say it. Is there anything else you can't tell me? If I knew about this, I would have been more careful today. I wouldn't have been ambushed. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Enchanting said hesitantly, we only received the news last night. We thought it wasn't a big deal. Sect Leader 1 is so strong now, so it's impossible for him to be in any danger. You're coming back today, and we were planning to report it when we saw you. Chen Guang frowned. Is that so? Chapter 884. Chen Guang felt that Enchanting was not telling the truth. Although she was good at acting and hiding her thoughts, the moment of hesitation when she answered the question told Chen Guang that there must be something fishy about this matter. Instead, Abbess Huan came forward and cupped her hands at Chen Guang in the manner of a Jianghu person. She said, Director Chen, I am also responsible for this matter. I did receive a tip-off last night, saying that the people of the Wen family have been unusually active these days and have swarmed out. We took the initiative to contact them, and it took us a lot of effort to get the exact news from the Wen family. Their suzerain Wen is missing. Wu Qingming also came forward and said, I heard that suzerain Wen did not disappear without warning, but left a letter to the Wen family. It said that she has recently improved her skills and felt that she was invincible. She planned to rely on her own strength to uproot the poison sect and dark sect, which were the malignant tumors of the Jianghu. Instead, she felt that others were a burden, so she acted alone. Abbess Huan continued to explain, yes, the Wen family is disappointed, but there is nothing they can do. However, suzerain Wen is now the pillar of the Wen family. Although she is strong, she is still young and inexperienced. The elders of the Wen family are worried about her safety, and they know that suzerain Wen and you are very close. Therefore, after much consideration, they communicated this matter to us, hoping that the Guangding General Bureau can help them find her. Chen Guang listened for a long time, and the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. After all, Abbess Huan and Wu Qingming were elders, and they took the initiative to explain, which was enough to give him face. Forget it, I will interrogate Enchanting privately later. The two elders were not as familiar with Chen Guang as Enchanting and Wu Miaowan were. They were not that close to each other. Seeing that Chen Guang was unhappy, they were worried that Enchanting and Wu Miaowan's positions in the Guangding General Bureau would be affected. Therefore, they spoke in a businesslike manner. Well, this matter is settled for the time being. But have the 4 people who escaped been caught? Chen Guang thought for a while and asked again. Abbess Yuan took a step forward, cupped her hands and said, they are being chased by the leader of the Xinqing clan, Dai Quan, and the leader of the Six Swords clan, Zhuge Ling. They will definitely not be able to escape. Chen Guang was slightly stunned. Xinqing clan. Six Sword sect. Enchanting helped to explain, that's right. Currently, among the sects that have joined the Guangding General Bureau, the Xinqing clan and the Six Swords clan are the sects that are best at tracking, especially the Six Swords clan, which used to be a sect of the imperial court hundreds of years ago. Although they have been less active in recent years, in the past, when there were unsolved mysteries in the Jianghu, they would often ask the Six Swords clan to solve them. Chen Guang's mouth was slightly agape. It took him a while to react. To be honest, he had paid too little attention to the people in the Guangding General Headquarters. About 10 minutes later, it was time to bandage the buttocks. Everyone else retreated out of fear. Enchanting wanted to stay, but she was scared away by Abbess Yuan's glare. Wu Qingming, on the other hand, patted Wu Miaowan's shoulder with a meaningful look on her face. Come on, turn it over. Wu Miaowan urged him as she poured the ointment. Chen Guang felt a little awkward. He always felt that Wu Miaowan was up to no good, but he and she were innocent. My great magic director, hurry up. After I'm done applying the ointment for you, I still have to return to the station. These are troubled times. How could Sect Master Wen just run away like that? Now the outside world is in a mess. It's fortunate that you came back today. You really came at the right time. Chen Guang was stunned. He slowly turned around with great difficulty and put his buttocks, which were full of shrapnel from the thunderbolt explosion, in the air. He asked, "Then who's going to apply the ointment for little Lin?" Wu Miaowan glared at him. "Yo, why? Do you want me to clean up your classmates' mess?" To be honest, when that image appeared in Chen Guang's mind, he was a little disgusted. "Come on, how can I not know what you're thinking when you raise your scarred buttocks? Just be honest. How many women did you have in the Dolua world in your previous life?" Chen Guang, huh? Wu Miaowan smiled charmingly. "I've long seen through you. You don't mean what you say. You're really possessive." Wu Miaowan received Wu Qingming's hint. She was obviously here to torture Chen Guang today. As soon as she left, she began to play tricks. Not only were her words hinting at him, but her posture was also seductive. On the other side, Chen Guang had just laid down, and his hands that were applying the ointment began to get naughty. Chen Guang's injuries today were really awkward. The weakened version of the thunderbolt explosion exploded on the back of his buttocks. Although it didn't hurt his muscles or bones, his buttocks still looked quite shocking. "Hey! Be gentle. Be gentle. Why did you open my buttocks? There's an injury here too, my great magician director." "Awesome, my chrysanthemum." "Wait, what did you say just now?" "I said awesome, my chrysanthemum grows." "No, I keep feeling that something is wrong. You must have other intentions." "You're right. I do have other intentions. Your great magician's sacred body of elements is really something. It's really amazing. Your chrysanthemum is also so strong. Such a sharp shard stuck here, but it only scratched the skin." "Baiyu." Wu Miaowan's ointment came. A cool and refreshing feeling came over. Chen Guang thought of an old acquaintance that he hadn't seen for a long time, Mr. Ma Yinglong. After a while, he was finally done applying the ointment. However, Chen Guang didn't stir up trouble for Wu Miaowan. Instead, he obediently put on a loose hospital gown and turned back to lie down. On the other side, Lin Jingwei hadn't woken up yet. Suddenly, he learned that Wen had gone missing. There were too many things pressing down on his heart. This wasn't the time for romance. Wu Miaowan was also a true disciple of Wu Qingming. She had a good grasp of the situation. She wanted to let him know that she had feelings for him, so that he would also have feelings for her. However, she didn't cross the line. Wu Qingming had taught him well. The more unobtainable something was, the more men would cherish it. Although Chen Guang's reasoning might not be entirely correct, and he had never been a heartless person, he knew that Wu Miaowan was tricking him, but he was happy to jump into it. About an hour later, good news came from the ward next door. It was Wu Qingming who personally came to report. "Don't worry, Chief Chen. Your classmate is fine now. He fainted because he was seriously injured. He was in too much pain and lost a lot of blood. However, he can still hold on with a blood transfusion. The injuries on his body look terrifying, but they're all concentrated on the right side. The flesh on his thigh is strong enough. Although the thunderfire shards pierced quite a bit, they didn't completely cut through his bones. The injured muscles and bones can be healed by the medicine of Thousand Flower Valley. The clothes he's wearing are specially made, so they saved his life. The shards didn't pierce into his waist. The injuries on his arm are more serious, but it's still within the ability of Thousand Flower Valley." Chen Guang let out a long sigh of relief. "That's good. Is he still not awake?" Speaking of which, the old men were a bit biased. Lin Jingwei had such powerful equipment on him, but they didn't even give him a set. Forget it, he was a weakling after all. The defense of the clothes might not be as good as his perfect body, so it was useless to wear them. Wu Qingming shook her head. He won't wake up for a while. I think he'll wake up tomorrow. Chief Chen, your injuries aren't light either. Please rest well. Chen Guang didn't say much to her. He knew his own situation well. Although the Earth-Paced Exploder's ability was ridiculously weak, there was a fundamental difference between having and not having the ability to regenerate. When he was fighting with those people earlier, the flesh on the outside of his finger joints was almost gone. Now that he was bandaging Wu Miaowan's wound, it felt itchy and numb. It had only been 2 to 3 hours, and a layer of fresh flesh had grown out. At the very least, the periosteum covering the bone should have formed. Chen Guang waved his hand. It's fine. Since the situation has changed and the poison sect and dark sect are so restless, I can't be like before. Since they took the initiative to attack, I have to return the favor. After saying that, he grimaced in pain again. Damn it, he forgot that he was injured. Also, after talking to the two elders for so long, he was infected by their genteel way of speaking. It was as if this was the only way to look cool. However, food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done step by step. Although he had decided on this plan, and the Guangding General Headquarters was now well equipped, there were still many things that needed to be perfected, especially when it came to intelligence. The two major sects, the Poison Sect and Dark Sect, saw that the situation was not in their favor and had retreated. The Guangding General Headquarters and the Wen family had put in a lot of effort, but they could only catch some small characters in the corner and destroy a few insignificant strongholds. There must be an expert guiding them behind the scenes, and he must have mastered the essence of anti-tracking and anti-detection. When it was about midnight, Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan, who had been taking care of Qin Guang in the ward, went out for a walk. When they returned, they brought bad news to Qin Guang. The other 4 people who had ambushed him at the airport in the afternoon had been found. However, they were long gone, and only 4 corpses were left. It was the people from the Six Swords sect who found the 4 of them. Unfortunately, before our people arrived, the 4 of them were already dead. This is a picture of the scene. It's a little strange. Chief, please take a look. In front of their master, Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan did not want to call Qin Guang by his elegant nickname, Swollen Chrysanthemum Chief. Hence, they addressed him more formally. Qin Guang took Xan Qin's phone and zoomed in on the photo. The 4 corpses were scattered in an alley. Their faces were green, and the blood they spat out had solidified into a brown color. This is strange. They were not dead for long. How did the color of their blood turn like this? Although Qin Guang did not know much about forensic science, he could still understand such a basic problem. This is the autopsy report from the people from the Six Swords sect and our forensic scientists. Chief, please take a look. Xan Qin handed over another stack of reports. Qin Guang took them and flipped through them briefly. There was one point that he could not understand. There were too many professional terms. Although the old man was known as a peerless genius, he would not understand anything that he had not learned. It was not like he could learn everything by himself. He caught 2 important points. The deceased suffered a heavy blow when they were alive. Their organs were shattered. This was the report of an ordinary forensic scientist. The deceased should have died from an extremely strange internal force. After being hit, this internal force would cause the blood to coagulate. It seems like poison, but it is not. However, it is extremely vicious. The organs would turn into an abnormal powder. The person who made the move should be the same person. Moreover, it was someone that the four of them trusted very much. To kill with one move without any struggle, the person's strength is not to be underestimated. He is at least at the pinnacle of skin force. The Six Swords sect was once the eagle claw of the imperial court. They claimed to have a system of autopsies. Obviously, they had seen more than ordinary forensic scientists. Chen Guang put the report on the quilt, leaned his back against the pillow, and fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, an internal force that can coagulate blood. It seems like poison, but it is not. It can turn the internal organs into powder in one move and turn the blood spat out brown. How high-end. The others saw that he was deep in thought. Although no one thought that a martial arts greenhorn like him could have any high opinion, he was still the chief. The subordinates did not want to disturb the leader when he was thinking. After a few minutes, the sound of snoring came from this guy's nose. Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming rolled their eyes and left. The director of the Thinker fell asleep. It would be a miracle if Chen Guang could think of anything. He had only come into contact with Axian Qin, Wu Miaowan, second Uncle Wen, Wen Wen, and a few lackeys from the Dark Sect and Poison Sect. In the past, he had always been an outsider, so there was no way he would know these things. He had originally planned to pretend to think, but in fact, he was just passing time. He wanted to prevent his subordinates from looking down on him as the ignorant and incompetent chief. He did not expect that he would be too tired today. He was injured, and when the Earth Sauce Exploder's regenerative ability took effect, he had been continuously consuming a lot of energy. Lying down in a comfortable position, he fell asleep without any resistance. When he woke up, it was already dawn the next day. He stretched and removed the bandages himself. The external injuries were almost healed. Chen Guang simply jumped out of bed. This movement woke Axian Qin and Wu Miaowan, who were sleeping on the bed next to him. The two of them opened their eyes in a daze. Wu Miaowan jumped out of bed and waved her hands to press Chen Guang. "Chief, what are you doing? Lie back down quickly." Chen Guang jumped to the side and raised his newly regenerated hands. "Don't be nervous. I'm fine like this. Look at my hands." Wu Miaowan stared for a long time before she could believe her eyes. "You? How did you recover so quickly? My special medicine is so powerful." Chen Guang raised his eyebrows. "Have you forgotten? The old man has a sacred elemental body." "Chief, how many functions does your sacred elemental body have?" "Don't worry about the details." Wu Miaowan could not be bothered to ridicule him anymore. She simply crawled back under the covers and mumbled, "Then I'll just report to you like this. After you fell asleep yesterday, you really kept me and my little sweetheart busy." Chen Guang rushed to Wu Miaowan's side and asked, "Wait, tell me the truth. Is there something else you're hiding from me?" Axian Qin, who was sleeping beside him, had her head shrunk into the blanket and was motionless. It was hard to tell if she was pretending to be asleep or really hadn't woken up. Wu Miaowan nudged Axian Qin with her butt. Axian Qin saw that she couldn't pretend anymore, so she timidly stuck her head out. All right. Actually, little Miaowan and I already knew last week. It was Sect Master Wen who contacted us before she left. She said that she would handle the rest of the matter alone and asked us to stop you. If you didn't ask, we wouldn't tell you about it. Even if you knew, we wouldn't help you find a way to find her. It would be best if we could stop you, or even better, tie you up and forbid you from leaving the house. She said that you were a hindrance and that staying at home would be the greatest help you could give her." Chen Guang was flabbergasted. He was furious. Why couldn't Wenwen's illness be cured? Her exact words. Axian Qin nodded. "That's right. I've really seen a ghost. Chen Guang waved his hand in exasperation. All right. That's it. If there's anything else, say it all at once. There's also the matter about your family. Ah. My family. What happened to them? Chen Guang immediately tensed up. Don't be nervous. It's fine. Listen to me slowly. Wu Miaowan yawned and forced herself to sit up straight. Chapter 885. It wasn't easy for the two Lolas. After Chen Guang fell asleep in the middle of the night, the two of them went back to the headquarters office. Now, the Wen family was looking for Wen Wen, and the Guangding headquarters was also looking for Wen Wen. However, as the world's #1 Wen zone expert, if Wen Wen insisted on hiding, ordinary methods would not be able to find her. Only by combining the big data of modern technology and thinking of all ways to find traces of her from the nets above, snares below, all over the country might there be a chance. Although the two Lolas knew that it was impossible to find Wen Wen, they still had to put on a show. Apart from that, the two Lolas also cooperated with the Security Bureau to formulate a strategy overnight. They arranged for reliable people to go abroad to protect Chen Guang's family members who were determined not to come back for their trip. Speaking of which, Chen Guang's relatives from his father's generation had really traveled all over Europe in the past month. They couldn't miss a single one of them. However, his cousins and other relatives of the same generation had basically all returned. Young people still had to work, unlike their parents who were either retired or semi-retired. There was no need for Chen Guang to instruct them on these matters. Now, there would naturally be people who would help him think about it. Fortunately, although the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect were crazy, they were obviously short of manpower. This sudden attack was because the two big targets were placed together, so they acted rashly. In the end, they suffered a double loss. No matter how powerful the two big tumor sects were, losing 6 Pi Gene martial artists in a day was enough to hurt them for a while. Without full confidence and planning, it was not worth it to touch the people around Chen Guang at the risk of losing more people and exposing their whereabouts. Apart from that, the two of them also mentioned something else. Later that day, Wen Wen's father would be sent here. Wu Qingming and 2 other sect leaders who were good at medicine would think of a way to save his life. Chen Guang finally understood why Wen Wen was so impatient and unable to hold back. Wen Wen's father, Wen Jingtian, who was also the previous sect master of the Wen clan, had been poisoned by the Poison Sect's third uncle, Wen Jingyun. His lifespan was originally only slightly more than a month. Now that time had passed, Wen Wen had yet to find Poison Sect's headquarters, much less obtain the antidote. Although they had used all their means to protect her father's life, as time dragged on, Wen Jingtian's poison entered his vitals. Not only was he delirious, his breathing was also very weak. He was hanging on by a thread. Wen Jingtian probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. It was precisely because of the urgency of the situation that Wen Wen felt that she would not be able to make much progress by sitting in the Wen family and waiting for her prey. She had attempted to negotiate with the other party a few times, but there was no progress due to the other party's lack of sincerity. Therefore, she decided to disappear on her own, allowing herself to go into the shadows and kill her way into Poison Sect's headquarters before the deadline arrived. That way, she might still stand a chance. Chen Guang couldn't help but feel resentful. Why don't you tell me about this? I can think of something. It wasn't his first day knowing her. She had always been like this. She looked casual and easygoing on the surface, but deep down, she was more stubborn than anyone else. Once she had made up her mind, it was hard to change her mind. From the beginning to the end, she had never shown him her weak side, nor had she told him about the anxiety in her heart. Now that things couldn't drag on any longer and she no longer had the time or the right to choose, she still didn't choose to seek help from anyone. Instead, she disappeared, intending to rely on her own strength to solve all the problems. Chen Guang was completely speechless. He thought that if Wenwen were to appear before him now, he would definitely press her down on his thighs and spank her buttocks until she begged for mercy. All right, I'm still no match for her at the moment. But it doesn't matter. Soon. Liuli's ultimate move might be tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Chen Guang took out his phone. He had taken the time to call Wenwen last night, but her phone was turned off. He then sent her a WeChat message, but he didn't know if she would turn on her phone and reply to him. This was probably the only way he could contact her at the moment. He opened it and saw that she had actually replied to him. Her words were concise. Don't worry about me. Everything is fine. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Chen Guang sent her another message, but it went unanswered. She said that she would be back in 2 weeks, but only the heavens knew where she was going. Just as the elders of the Wen family were worried, although Wenwen was powerful and seemed to be invincible, she was still a young lady in her 20s. No one in the poison sect or dark sect could compare to her in terms of martial prowess, but as the saying goes, all's fair in war. There was no such thing as absolute in this world. It was just like the battles in ancient times where the enemy was outnumbered. In the Battle of Giant Deer, the overlord Xiang Yu led tens of thousands of troops against the 400,000 Qin army. Everyone thought that Xiang Yu was dead for sure, but in the end, he won. The underdog won without a reason, but it was a clean victory. Wenwen might seem powerful now, but she was alone. She was not an old fox. The enemy might not seem strong, but they had the advantage in numbers. They were sinister and cunning. They had been fighting against the Directorate General of Righteousness and the Wen family for a long time, but they did not give themselves away, nor did they suffer any serious injuries. Coupled with the fact that the 4 people who escaped were immediately killed when he was ambushed, there must be an expert behind the scenes controlling the whole situation. Wenwen might seem invincible, but she was actually alone. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't fall into a trap. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no reply from Wenwen. Then, there was a light knock on the ward door. Chen Guang went to open the door and saw Wu Qingming standing outside. The Thousand Flowers Valley sect leader stretched her neck and looked inside. Seeing Wu Miaowan and Xan Qin on the bed pretending to be asleep, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, "Chief Qin, why are you out of bed?" Chen Guang straightened his hospital gown and said, "My injuries recovered relatively quickly. I'm almost healed." "What's the matter, Senior Wu?" Only then did Wu Qingming realize that Chen Guang's injuries were almost healed. She stared at Chen Guang in a daze for a long time. She even couldn't resist grabbing his hand and holding it in front of her eyes to take a closer look. Chen Guang forcefully retracted his hand and coughed twice. "Senior Wu, please behave yourself." So cool. Although Wu Qingming was a little old, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was an auntie. But as the sect leader of a purely female sect, she took good care of herself. Her skin was smooth and glossy. Although she was at least 40 or 50 years old, she looked exceptionally young. "Do I look especially pretentious right now?" Wu Qingming rolled her eyes in annoyance. Just when she was about to scold him like she scolded other juniors, she remembered that this was a dignified Chief Qin. She said embarrassedly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just afraid that you've used some kind of technique that you shouldn't have used to stimulate your potential. This will not benefit you in the future, Chief Qin." "Thank you for your concern, Senior Wu. By the way, I forgot to tell you something important. Your classmate, who is also the young master of the Lin family, has woken up. Since you're already awake, do you want to go and take a look? Chen Guang nodded and quickly walked to the ward next door. When he opened the door, Lin Jingwei was lying flat on the bed. He was holding a phone in his left hand and talking to it. On the other hand, Secretary Chu had rushed here overnight and was currently beside Lin Jingwei's bed. It was obvious that the old man in Yanjin was very concerned about Lin Jingwei's safety. He had immediately sent Secretary Chu to confirm Lin Jingwei's safety. As for Chen Guang, he probably just wanted to know more about Lin Jingwei's condition. However, on second thought, Chen Guang realized that he had 2 cute girls to accompany him. They were 1,000 times better than the middle-aged man, Secretary Chu, who was with Lin Jingwei. Hey, Gaoya, don't worry. My grandpa said that something urgent suddenly came up and asked me to go back. Okay, of course. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. You know the situation at home. I can't do anything about it. It's already against the rules for me to answer your call today. Okay, then I'll hang up first. I'll call you back later. When Lin Jingwei finally hung up, he turned his head slightly and saw Chen Guang standing by the bed. He first gasped and then exclaimed, "What the F***ck? You can get out of bed now." Chen Guang snorted. Of course. Chen Guang felt much better when he saw that Lin Jingwei was in good spirits. After all, he always felt that he was a burden to Lin Jingwei. Brother Guang, you've caused me so much trouble. If I didn't come to pick you up, I wouldn't be so unlucky. Pay. You have to pay me back. F***ck, although I think so too, don't be so shameless to say it out loud. It's damaging your great image in my heart. However, for some reason, after he said that, she didn't feel so guilty. Okay. How do you want me to pay you back? You have to pay at least 1 million or so, right? That's enough. You don't need that much money. Don't worry, I won't let this go. I'll take revenge for you. Chen Guang moved a chair to the side and sat down with his legs crossed. Lin Jingwei said, "From your tone, it sounds like I'm already dead." Ahem. No such thing. At this moment, Secretary Chu said, "Xiao Qin, the chief asked me to bring you a message." Okay, go ahead. The chief said that this isn't your fault. Back then, the chief made the decision to let you attract the attention of those people outside. You also took a risk. Yesterday's incident happened too suddenly. Even we didn't expect it. As a soldier's son, Shaolin has the responsibility and obligation to face this kind of thing. Chen Guang knew that the elders didn't want him to feel burdened, so they sent Secretary Chu to comfort him. Okay, I understand. After sitting with Lin Jingwei for a while, Shaolin was a little tired and fell asleep. Only then did Chen Guang leave with peace of mind. Although he appeared relatively calm in front of Lin Jingwei, Chen Guang was still angry when he thought of how this guy was almost blown up by the thunder fire on the highway yesterday. Fortunately, Lin Jingwei's injury only looked scary. Otherwise, he would have committed a great sin. Around afternoon, he left the hospital with Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan and returned to the Guangding General Office in the city. Although he didn't know how much help he could be from the headquarters, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to other things. These 2 days, Lin Jingwei was injured and Wenwen was missing. He was determined. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light for too long. It was disgusting to be in such a passive position. I have to do something. Chapter 886. I don't care what you do. You must find the people from the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect. Also, find Wenwen's whereabouts. She sent me a WeChat message earlier. It's this number. Find out where this number is most recently connected to the internet. What era are we in now? We don't have to rely on the naked eye to find people anymore. I don't believe that high-tech methods won't work. Didn't our country just launch a few satellites that can take pictures? I've seen it on TV and the internet. If there's any request, you have to submit a report. If you want me to sign, I'll sign it immediately. If you can borrow it, then borrow it. If you can't, then apply for satellite assistance. Oh right, did you get anyone to take pictures of what happened yesterday and post them on the internet? We have to keep this under control. Alright, I'm relieved that you've made arrangements. Ever since he became the director who never gave out orders and never cared about anything was finally sitting in his empty office and giving out orders like a madman. The entire Guangdong General Headquarters knew that the director was going to take action. Actually, according to the old masters in Beijing, this matter could still be dragged on. There were some things that they wouldn't say to Qin Guang, but everyone had a tacit understanding. They couldn't wait for Wen and the poison sect and the dark sect to fight to the bitter end. When that happened, some news would definitely leak out. Qin Guang and his Guangdong General Headquarters, as well as those in power in China, would definitely be able to reap the benefits. Otherwise, the entire Guangdong General Headquarters would have been mobilized the moment Wen went missing the day before yesterday. Everyone would be on high alert and go all out to search for clues. Qin Guang understood the logic behind this as well. However, he had his own ideas when it came to actions. At the very least, he was still sitting in this position today. In that case, he couldn't turn a blind eye to Wen's matter. Furthermore, he had a bad feeling ever since he saw the photos of the 4 people who died tragically yesterday. Things might not be that simple. Sitting in the office for the whole afternoon, the huge General Directorate of Guangdong was under his command. Of course, Qin Guang was not fooling around. He was sorting out all the information he had and using his brain to think of a solution. Unfortunately, he really did not have much experience as a leader. He felt that he had worked hard to come up with ideas, but in the eyes of the people who actually implemented them, it did not feel that way. However, he was the bureau chief after all, and no one would criticize him if there was nothing important. Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan watched anxiously from the side. They felt that Qin Guang's behavior would damage his reputation in the headquarters, so they gave him meaningful looks several times, but Qin Guang ignored them all. He was really anxious. Finally, at 6:00 in the afternoon, Xan Qin found a chance to close the door of Qin Guang's office. She came in and said, "I know you're anxious, but it's not good for you to do this. People will gossip." Qin Guang was flipping through the photos on the computer in front of him. "Oh, I got it. Listen to me." Xan Qin was anxious. However, Qin Guang pulled her over and made her stand beside him. He pointed at the computer screen and said, "Help me take a look. Are there any cracks on the skin of this corpse?" Xan Qin was stunned at first. Seeing that he was serious, she squinted her eyes and stared at the screen suspiciously. Why didn't I notice it earlier?" Xan Qin said after looking carefully for a moment. Qin Guang slammed the table and stood up. "Where are these corpses? Bring me to them." Wu Miaowan came in at this time and heard what he said. She teased, "Chrysanthemum Chief, you're also a part-time coroner. Forget it, you don't have to go. The people from the Six Sword sect have already checked, there must be nothing missing." Qin Guang shook his head. "No, these 4 people's deaths are not that simple." Xan Qin did not understand. "What's the inside story? Isn't it just the Dark Clan killing people to keep them quiet?" Qin Guang raised his hand and activated his Mother Earth explosive special ability. A mud ball the size of half a grain of rice condensed on his fingertip. "Do you see this? My magic can still be used in this world. Although it's a little weak, it proves that there are magic elements in this world. Now, this picture gives me the feeling that the person who killed them might have a similar ability as me. Enchanting and Wu Miaowan moved closer to him and squinted their eyes at him for a long time. Enchanting said, "Is this really not the mud you dug out from under your fingernails because you didn't wash your hands for a day?" Wu Miaowan said, alright, be serious. If I say there is, then there is. Let's go now. However, he was still one step too late. When he finally arrived at the morgue and asked someone to open the 4 alloy drawers, they were already empty. Gone. Enchanting and Wu Miaowan, who accompanied him here, looked at each other. It seemed that Qin Guang's guess was right. Even after checking the surveillance, they did not find any signs. The bodies of these 4 people seemed to have inexplicably disappeared into thin air. However, Qin Guang frowned and did not say anything. Instead, he walked back and forth around the 4 drawers. Admittedly, he was not a police officer, nor was he a professional criminal investigator. He had no experience in case reasoning, but on this matter, no one else had a better say than he did. The reason was simple. In this environment, his Mother Earth explosive special ability was active. Although this feeling was very weak, even as weak as the van der Waals force between a rock on the moon and a ping-pong ball on the ground, it was real. It could even be said to be his 6th sense. If he felt it was so, then it was so. Unfortunately, he really had no way to express it. There was no evidence. Alright, let's go. Qin Guang turned around and left. Hey, wait a minute. Why did you come and go as you please? Enchanting and Wu Miaowan chased after him. Qin Guang waved his hand. There's a problem. What problem? Wu Miaowan asked. Qin Guang put on a straight face. You won't understand even if I tell you. No matter what, find me Wen or the people from Dark Sect or Poison Sect as soon as possible. Enchanting said, You've said this at least 100 times today. But it's not something you can just say. You have to give them time. There's not much time left. It was rare for Qin Guang to be this anxious. If not for this shocking discovery, perhaps he would still have absolute confidence in Wen. But inexplicably, he actually detected a power similar to the earth element from the Dark Sect assassins. This meant that something unexpected had happened. In terms of inner force, Wen was invincible. But if the other party really did control a power that did not belong to this world like he did in the punishment realm, then Wen did not have the confidence to win. On the way back to the office, Qin Guang kept trying to communicate with Azure in his mind to ask her what was going on. Unfortunately, she really did not move this time. Qin Guang tried to get Lu Ming to help him wake Azure up, but he was scolded badly. That's enough. You'll really die like this, do you know that? I'll let it go in the past, but this time, Sister Azure must not be disturbed in any way. But I feel that the power from the punishment realm has appeared in the real world. And it's not on me. Is there anything scarier than this? Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not believe him at all. Nonsense, that's impossible. I already know your problem. You always like to exaggerate and make a fuss. Anyway, don't expect me to help you wake Sister Azure up. This time, I'm serious. Qin Guang had no choice but to feel even more uneasy. If Lu Ming had said, What are you making a fuss about? Perhaps Qin Guang would not be so worried, but she did not believe him. That meant that this matter was completely out of her expectations. Perhaps Lu Ming did not understand the heavenly Holy Grail and herself as well as Azure, but she was a former God Emperor after all. She was on the same level as Azure, so she had a wide range of knowledge. If she did not believe it, then it proved that this matter had never happened in her long life as a deity. It was already past 8:00 when he returned to the Guangding headquarters office. Almost everyone in the headquarters was busy today, and no one had gotten off work. The previous batch of employees who had infiltrated the Tianguang agency also came to help after getting off work. Compared to other martial artists, although these people were far weaker in terms of individual strength, they were once leaders in the military or police. Their military skills were excellent, and now their efficiency in searching for clues was much higher than that of ordinary martial artists. However, all of this was still useless. Even Wenwen's cell phone signal could not be located, and no one knew how she replied to Chen Guang's message. As time passed, Chen Guang saw that there was no change in the situation, and he was not even in the mood to sleep. He paced back and forth in the office anxiously. Seeing that he was like this, Enchanting and Wu Miaowan could not persuade him, so they had no choice but to accompany him through the night in the headquarters. I really don't think you need to be so worried. Since sect leader Wen has decided to go alone, she must have absolute confidence. She was already stronger than everyone imagined when she appeared in the individual military drill some time ago. Now that so much time has passed, with her rapid improvement in her skills, she might have gained new insights and reached a realm that ordinary people can't understand. Enchanting's words were tinged with jealousy. Letting out a sigh, Chen Guang patted Su Tao's shoulder and replied, I can't explain it to you, but if you encountered something similar, I would also feel the same way. Alright, go and rest if you're tired. Enchanting thought to herself, I don't need you to comfort me with such words. You're clearly scaring yourself pointlessly. At this moment, Wu Miaowan suddenly opened the office door and walked in quickly. She whispered, Long Ding Tian from Dragon Gate Express suddenly asked someone to bring a message to the station. Long Ding Tian. What would happen to Chief Long at this time? Chen Guang only remembered this person after thinking for a while. In his impression, this person was an inner force martial artist who did not do proper work and relied on the express delivery business to earn money. It was impossible for him to be of any help. As a Dragon Gate Express that was more involved in society, he had already chosen to rely on the Guangding General Office like the other sects and families. However, Dragon Gate Express was not good at martial arts, and they only relied on them in name. In reality, they could not provide much help. Enchanting, on the other hand, reacted rather quickly. This afternoon, I saw that you were as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, so I decided to try my best to inform Chairman Long recently. Dragon Gate Express has been doing business all over the country, and I was thinking that he might have discovered something. Chief Long's business is getting bigger and bigger again. It must be because of my endorsement. Oh right, little Meow Meow, what was the message he brought? Wu Miaowan closed the door and pulled Chen Guang and Enchanting together. She whispered, Long Ding Tian said that he might have discovered something, but he needs to cooperate with the military's big data to confirm it. He wants big data. Chen Guang frowned slightly. After hesitating for a while, he decided to agree. At this point, there was nothing more important than finding Wen or the movements of the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect. With Long Ding Tian and his Dragon Gate Express's strength, it was impossible for them to pose any substantial threat. It was not a big deal to give him a temporary authorization. Get someone from the data analysis department to assist him. If he can really be of great help, then I'll owe him. Chen Guang instructed. Wu Miaowan nodded and left. Enchanting said, You're taking on everything, but finding Sect Master Wen's movements is the station's business. If Chief Long can help, it will be the public's credit. Why are you making a personal promise? Chen Guang was stunned. He thought to himself that he still hadn't learned how to think like an official. You're right. When Chen Guang returned to his desk, the bored Chen Guang pulled out the Dragon Gate Express's information from the headquarters database. As a force that had fully surrendered, the information reported by Dragon Gate Express was very detailed. He pulled up the database, and all the reports were clearly displayed on the monitor. Chen Guang took a glance and was shocked. You don't say. Ever since we were attacked at his place and bombed his house, he became rich. His profits and orders have been soaring for the past few months. Enchanting nodded. Isn't that so? Do you remember that golden flower granny? That old woman who pretended to be a cleaner? Chen Guang nodded. I remember her. When the Dark Clan was at its peak, Golden Flower Granny was one of the Dark Clan's protectors. She was in charge of the Dark Clan's express delivery business. The Dark Clan has been holed up for the past few months, and their express delivery business has basically stopped. Chief Long and his Dragon Gate Express happened to take over. It's really because of you that he became rich. Chen Guang instantly understood what was going on. As the saying goes, luck and fate. Long Dingtian was fortunate to have picked up a bargain. He hoped that he could bring some good news. Looking at the dense distribution map of Dragon Gate Express's orders on the screen, Chen Guang thought that he might really be useful. The surprise came 8 hours later. Chen Guang slept for about 3 to 4 hours in the resting room next to the office before he was shaken awake by Wu Miaowan. There's a result. Chief Sorcerer, wake up soon. Chen Guang quickly opened his eyes and sat up straight on the bed. He picked up the list that Wu Miaowan handed to him and looked at it. It was the map that Long Dingtian had printed out. There were 5 red dots near Ninghai province, and they were probably the suspected locations that he had analyzed. His words were convincing and logical. Chen Guang carefully reviewed the basis of his judgment. The people from the Poison Clan and the Dark Clan were indeed cunning. They had to maintain communication with the people in the outside world who were controlled by poison, but they couldn't easily mobilize their core forces. Therefore, they used a method that was both fake and real, and used Dragon Gate Express to the extreme. Their method of delivery was extremely covert. If it wasn't for the fact that Dragon Gate Express was powerful and had complete data, as well as the comprehensive data provided by the military, including the movement of vehicles and accommodations, and the fact that Chen Guang had sent people to analyze and organize, he wouldn't have been able to discover these traces. After making up his mind, Chen Guang immediately said, I'll go right away. To avoid alerting the enemy, Chen Guang didn't intend to bring any attendants with him. He wanted to drive alone. As for Enchanting and Wu Miaowan, the 2 deputy directors, they had followed him outside for a whole day yesterday. Since the matter had been settled today, he couldn't bring them along. In the end, his plot didn't succeed. There was no other reason than that someone was worried about his safety after what had happened once. As a result, such a situation appeared in the car. The director personally drove, and on the right sat the cold-looking Abbess Axan Yuan, and in the back sat Wu Qingming. Seniors, you really don't have to worry. I'm just going out for a short while. As long as I'm on guard in the car, no one can do anything to me. Abbess Axan Yuan snorted. Director, don't say any more. We can't get out of the car. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Guang had no choice but to be the driver for the 2 of them. He drove straight to the villa area in the suburbs of Wujing, where Long Dingtian was waiting for him. Chapter 887. Chief Chen, you don't actually have to do this yourself, do you? Just let us do it for you. Halfway through the journey, Wu Qingming, who was sitting in the back, tried to find a topic to talk about. Chen Guang shook his head. I have nothing to do at the bureau anyway, and I can't help much. This matter is particularly important, and I don't feel at ease leaving it to others. He didn't say it clearly, but he had a feeling that if the group of old men in Yanjing really had any ideas, they would probably stop him from getting any information related to Wenwen. He wasn't a suspicious person, but he had seen many historical allusions about how the cunning rabbit was cooked after it was killed. He wasn't related to the old men in Yanjing. Even if it was because of Jin Shiyue, Jiang Yage, or Lin Jingwei, which made them seem to value him, they treated him too well. They didn't hold back and forcefully pushed a young man like him, who had no qualifications or background and was not suitable to be an official, to such an important position. I'm even a student who hasn't graduated from university yet. They didn't know that he had the heavenly Holy Grail, and they didn't know that he had a talent that even Wenwen could only look up to. For him to be able to sit in this position, at least 70% of his relationship with Wenwen was at least. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and there's no such thing as love for no reason. Chen Guang didn't believe that the old men in Beijing would entrust him with an important task just because they found him pleasing to the eye, treating him like how they treated Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua. He wasn't related to them, and he had only met them a few times. Moreover, don't be fooled by how kind they looked in front of him, and how they looked like kind elders. But don't forget that politicians were the most complicated people in the world. The old men in Yanjing, on the other hand, had slowly climbed to the highest position of power over the past few decades. They were the politicians of the politicians, and none of them were easy to deal with. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. The destruction of the Special Affairs Bureau was not long ago. The General Directorate of Light was the replacement for the Special Affairs Bureau. Although he was now in charge, they seemed to have unreserved trust in him. But perhaps it was more because they didn't have a more suitable choice at the moment. Letting him sit here was the best compromise under the current circumstances. If they were given the opportunity, they wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. In the future, they would think of a way to control the entire Guangdong General Headquarters, and then control all the inner force martial artists in the country. With his original personality, he was not willing to speculate about these things. However, he was no longer the same as before. Although his personality hadn't changed much, he had lived in the Holy Grail, especially in the Sea of Moments for so many years. He had tried his best not to let his mental state be affected by living for too long, but in the end, he had still become an old fox, an old monster. It wasn't his fault that he became a human spirit. It was purely a matter of time. There were many things that he didn't want to think about. He wanted to live a more relaxed life. However, if it was really necessary, he just needed to put in a little more effort, and he would be able to see through things and survive. This kind of life was too boring. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the matter with Wenwen hadn't been settled, if it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't gotten his revenge, if it wasn't for the fact that more than 20 families had all been killed because of his sudden decision, Chen Guang didn't like being a bureau chief at all. He had already made up his mind. After settling these matters, he wouldn't be a bureau chief anymore. He would happily be his own internet celebrity, and live a carefree life in the future. Being an internet celebrity, setting up a company, earning faith points, earning big money, and doing missions in the Holy Grail in a down-to-earth manner. He would be the master of the Holy Grail, the master of the 3,000 worlds. It would be much more comfortable than being the bureau chief of the General Directorate of Light. That kind of life was the life of a deity. He had money, no responsibilities, and no danger. In the future, the entire Earth, the entire universe, and the 3,000 worlds in the Holy Grail would all be under his control. His journey was the Sea of Stars. What was a mere bureau chief position in the General Directorate of Light? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. As for the so-called authority, he had given up the position. No matter who the successor was, they would have to give him some face. More importantly, no matter how strong Wenwen looked today, he had the Holy Grail on Liuli's help. Based on the nature of the Holy Grail, it would either not make a move or make a move. When Liuli's grand plan was completed, there was no reason for him to be inferior to Wenwen. At that time, he would be the real number one in the world, the strongest in history. The position he was sitting in would not affect his position at all. Apart from that, he wouldn't fall out with them. Based on his relationship with Lin Jingwei, as well as his relationship with Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage, he could be considered as one of them. Then he would be able to live longer than the crown prince. If there were no accidents, at the thought of this, Chen Guang recalled his faintly discernible sixth sense in the morgue yesterday. It was also known as a man's intuition, and he felt goosebumps. Was there anything more terrifying than the inexplicable appearance of magical elements in this world? When the car arrived at Long Dingtian's villa, it was already past 10 in the morning. "Who are you looking for?" The villa district security guard stopped Chen Guang's car at the entrance with a scrutinizing expression. Chen Guang rolled down the car window. "Chief Long of Villa 77. Villa 77. The security guard, who was dressed in a well-ironed uniform, sized up Chen Guang from head to toe. He was obviously a little suspicious. In this villa district, the owners of these few villas had relatively special statuses. They were more powerful and influential than the other owners. For example, Villa 18, 66, 68, and 77. "Bro, to be honest, there's nothing to see in this district. Why don't you leave?" Chen Guang was stunned. He never thought that he would be asked to leave at the entrance of the district. "Young man, I've seen 70 to 80 people like you, and now the grass on their graves is almost 3 feet high. All right, I'll call someone to pick you up." Another security guard came over. "Friend, that's enough. We meet a few people every month who want to drive in to see strange things. You're not the first one. Everyone is curious about the life of the rich, and we understand that. We really won't look down on you. If you really want to find someone, we have a ready-made audio-visual system here. You really don't need to make a call." The security guard who stopped the car earlier looked up and down at Chen Guang's car with contempt. "But I really don't think it's necessary. Just based on your Passat, I can tell that you're not a friend of the residents in this district. If you're talking about other owners, it's fine, but Villa 77 is really not something that ordinary people can imagine. Just the day before yesterday, they came with 8 cars at once. All of them were Rolls-Royces and Bentleys, and your Passat, TSK. Chen Guang was furious. "Are you blind? This is a top-end Phaeton. It's worth almost 2 million. You don't recognize it?" He was speechless. This kind of joke actually happened to him. "Did I not check the almanac when I went out today? It's embarrassing to say it out loud." Another security guard walked to the back of his car. "Who are you kidding? You wrote it here yourself. Hey! AC! Passat! Are you bullying me because I don't know the English alphabet?" Chen Guang immediately reacted. Damn, he had forced the 4S shop to change the logo on purpose. Now he was embarrassed. Go. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll call someone to come out." Chen Guang's body stiffened in embarrassment. The hood emblem was irrefutable evidence, and it would be embarrassing if he spoke any more nonsense. "TSK, what kind of trick is this? You really look like a pig with a green onion in your nose." In less than 5 minutes, Long Dingtian, who was in a suit, ran out personally. When he received a call from Chen Guang and heard that he was stopped at the door, Long Dingtian couldn't sit still. He could have asked his subordinates to contact the security to let him pass. Otherwise, he could have just sent someone to pick him up. But in order to show that he valued Chen Guang, he decided to run over personally. He deliberately used his internal energy to make his face look flushed and panting. He rushed up and slapped the 2 security guards. With 2 slaps, 2 bright red blood marks appeared on their faces. Their teeth flew out of their mouths, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Are you blind? Get lost. Long Dingtian didn't expose Chen Guang's identity. After slapping the 2 security guards, he personally led Chen Guang inside. He bowed and said, "Mr. Chen, please give me the car key. I'll ask someone to drive the car in." Greetings, Abbess Axian Yuan. Greetings, sect leader Wu. Chen Guang frowned tightly. Compared with the heroic and imposing Long Dingtian in the past, today's Long Dingtian had become a bit too flattering. Although he was now the director, they were all acquaintances because of their previous relationship. He was also the leader of a sect. It was not worthwhile for him to be so servile. In addition, when he slapped the 2 security guards just now, he was too ruthless. Their eyesight was a bit poor, but they shouldn't have been beaten like this, right? If he wasn't mistaken, when Long Dingtian slapped, there was even internal energy flowing in his palm. If it was another time, Chen Guang might have argued with Long Dingtian about this matter. But today's situation was very urgent, and time was tight. He threw the car key to Long Dingtian's entourage and walked inside with him. Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming were already familiar with Long Dingtian. A simple nod to greet him was considered a greeting. The people of Jianghu had their own rules. Although the Thousand Despair sect and the Thousand Flower Valley were not big sects, their status in Jianghu was much higher than Dragon Gate Express. Naturally, the status of the 2 leaders was also higher. Long Dingtian was a junior in front of the 2 of them. Nodding to greet them was enough to give them face. The group walked inside. In the end, Chen Guang couldn't help but say, "Boss Long, you hit them a bit too hard just now." Long Dingtian explained, "Boss Chen, you don't know this. These security guards of the property have long been notorious. They say whatever they want to say and whatever they want to say. They don't know what to do. I'm not the only one who doesn't like them. Many owners in this community have a lot of complaints. Today's matter is not a big deal. I'm just giving them a little punishment to teach them a lesson." Just as Chen Guang was about to say something, Abbess Axian Yuan also said in a cold voice, "Boss Chen, there's nothing wrong with Long Dingtian's actions. Those 2 people were too arrogant just now. If I were to take action, I'm afraid they would be more seriously injured." Okay. Since Abbess Axian Yuan had spoken, Chen Guang really couldn't continue to dwell on this issue. He temporarily put this matter in the bottom of his heart. The few of them went straight to Villa 77 and walked inside. Since the last time the house was blown up, Long Dingtian rebuilt the headquarters of Dragon Gate Express 5 Capital Branch in this villa. This villa occupied a large area. It was a 4-story building with an average area of about 300 square meters on each floor. It was a bit like an office building. The hall on the first floor had been converted into an office. Dozens of computers were placed neatly. There were people coming and going. More than a dozen technical staff of Dragon Gate Express and the data staff that Chen Guang had transferred from the Guangding General Office were whispering to each other. They looked very busy. The staff of the general office turned around and saw Chen Guang and greeted him. "Hello, boss." "Boss Chen." Chen Guang talked to people while looking at the computer screen in the crowd. However, the dense collection and delivery points, as well as the delivery routes and other maps, made him dizzy. These raw data really had no reference value. "Boss Chen, please go to the conference room on the 4th floor and sit for a while. I'll ask someone to send the report up immediately, and then we can discuss it together." Long Dingtian bowed and asked. Chen Guang waved his hand. Okay, Boss Long, you don't have to be so polite. I'm too uncomfortable. Okay. I'll try my best. Chen Guangxian and the two elders of the sect went upstairs together. Long Dingtian's face was full of smiles as he looked at the backs of Chen Guang and the other two. When they turned a corner and disappeared into the stairwell, his smile became even wider. Sitting in the office, Chen Guang still felt that something was wrong. He said to Abbess Axian Huan, "That's strange. When I dealt with Boss Long in the past, he wasn't like this." Wu Qingming covered her mouth and laughed. "That's because Boss Chen is no longer the same as before." Chen Guang muttered, "But I don't feel that I'm different." "Forget it. I just feel uncomfortable. It's no big deal." He felt that he had overlooked something very important, but he couldn't think of what it was at the moment. After waiting for a few more minutes, a beautiful female secretary came into the office with a tea tray. She said, "Please have some tea. Boss Long will be here soon." When Chen Guang's group of 3 received the tea, Chen Guang rubbed the crystal cup with his finger and looked at the tea leaves floating in the cup. He fell into deep thoughts. On the other side, Abbess Axian Huan and Wu Qingming picked up the teacup and took 2 sips. This tea is fragrant and warm without losing its sweetness. It's really a good tea. Abbess Axian Huan sighed. Wu Qingming also nodded. Long Dingtian really knows how to enjoy himself. Chen Guang suddenly looked at the door. Then, he lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "Seniors, aren't you worried that there will be goods in the tea?" Unexpectedly, Abbess Axian Huan and Wu Qingming looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Abbess Axian Huan didn't smile and was too lazy to explain. Wu Qingming took the initiative to say, "Don't you know, Boss Chen? Long Dingtian's Dragon Gate Express has been helping to sell the aphrodisiac pills and other elixirs that our Myriad Flower Valley and Thousand Despair sect made together. The two of us have known Long Dingtian for a long time. Although he isn't very talented in martial arts, he is still a decent person and knows the big picture. There shouldn't be any problems." Abbess Axian Huan coughed lightly and said, "Boss Chen, you might have been a little too worried these 2 days." She didn't say it clearly. In fact, she was saying that Chen Guang was too nervous. Wu Qingming said again, "That's right. Besides, who am I? I'm the leader of Myriad Flower Valley. Although I can't say that I'm the best in the world when it comes to medicine, I'm still one of the top experts in the underworld. I don't even need to drink the tea to know if there's anything wrong with it. Try it, Boss Chen. It's rare and good tea. It'll be a pity if it turns cold." Seeing that the two of them were so confident, Chen Guang felt a little more at ease. However, he didn't drink Long Dingtian's tea. Instead, he took out his heavenly holy grail from his bag. "I'm a neat freak. I always bring my cup with me wherever I go. I only drink my own water." Chapter 888. Wu Qingming still wanted to say something, but Abbess Axian Yuan said, "Don't try to persuade Director Qin. As the leader of the headquarters, it's not wrong for him to be more careful. For example, in the future, he shouldn't secretly travel alone like before. That way, we won't have to worry for nothing." "All right." Wu Qingming shrugged and didn't say anything else. After waiting for a few more minutes, Long Dingtian finally brought 2 people upstairs. One of them was a technician from Dragon Gate Express, and the other was a technician that Chen Guang had transferred from the headquarters to assist. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Actually, we've already roughly analyzed some results. It's just that we can't make a decision for now. I think Director Qin knows Sect Master Wen Zhaoen's style of doing things better, and he's dealt with many people from the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect before. Maybe he can solve some of the mysteries that we couldn't solve before. Chen Guang nodded. Director Long, let's get straight to the point. Let's hurry. Long Dingtian nodded and pressed the switch. The projector in the conference room immediately lit up, and an enlarged version of the map of China appeared on the big screen in front. Give Chief Chen a demonstration. Long Dingtian instructed the technician beside him. The technician, who looked exceptionally young, took a step forward and pressed the remote control in his hand. The dot of light moved to the big screen, and he dragged the map to zoom and zoom quickly. In the next instant, the simplified version of the map that Chen Guang had seen in the headquarters office appeared in front of him. The densely packed silk lines that represented the express delivery route and the receiving and shipping points quickly appeared. It was much more detailed than what Chen Guang had seen previously. Long Dingtian's conference room was well done. It was filled with a modern sense of technology. Although Chen Guang was dizzy from looking at it, he didn't show it on his face. He looked like he was fully focused and said, I can't see anything from this, can I? Long Dingtian first looked at Chen Guang, smiled, and said, Of course, this is only the result of our preliminary analysis. Chief Chen, look at these locations. Over the past few months, the frequency at which Dragon Gate Express receives and delivers goods in the nearby areas has been much higher than before. A few days ago, I already had my suspicions, so I ordered the couriers and the people in charge of the places to check the goods carefully when they receive and deliver the goods. Even though we can't open the boxes to check the goods due to the rules of the trade, we can use modern technology to scan the goods. We'll be able to get a general idea of what's inside. Chen Guang nodded. That's true. That's how the express delivery industry is. There's actually no secret. Long Dingtian explained, Of course, we don't usually check our customers' goods. After all, this is the foundation of our Dragon Gate Express. When doing business, reputation is very important. But desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm duty-bound to contribute to the headquarters. It's not a big deal to take some risks. Chen Guang's acting skills burst out as he praised with a smile, If everyone had the same ability and way of thinking as Boss Long, then I would be much more relaxed. Senior Axian, Senior Wu, your sects must learn from Boss Long and keep up with the times. Even though martial arts is the foundation of everyone, technology is so advanced now. If you don't keep up with the times, you might be eliminated. Wu Qingming covered her mouth and laughed. You're right, Chief Chin. I'll teach those disciples in my sect who only know how to cultivate. Chen Guang's acting skills were too good. Wu Qingming thought that he had already let go of the previous grudge. Long Dingtian also became proud. Thank you for your compliment, Chief Chin. Dragon Gate Express will definitely continue to work hard and reach new heights. Alright, continue. I'm listening. Long Dingtian cleared his throat and continued his analysis. After about 1.5 months of investigation, we discovered that even though these items seem to be inconspicuous herbs and common rare materials, they're just a few small sects in Ninghai Province. But the original few small families in Ninghai Province really did not need such a large number of medicinal herbs and forging materials. Only one of the 8 major sects would have such a large amount of consumption. Therefore, we concluded that the Poison Sect and Dark Sect, which have been hiding due to the headquarters' aggressiveness in the past few months, are probably in Ninghai Province. Chen Guang gave him a thumbs up. That makes sense. However, he thought to himself, how could the Poison Sect and Dark Sect, which have always been cautious, be exposed so easily? He really didn't want to face this reality, but he felt that Long Dingtian was becoming more and more suspicious. The smile on Long Dingtian's face deepened. Therefore, I ordered my subordinates to strengthen the investigation and search. Every time the goods are received and sent out, I would always chat with the other party. This further confirmed my previous judgment. Since last month, I've checked all the order data in the vicinity of Ning'ai province again and again. Finally, I came up with these 5 suspected locations on the map. Even though sect leader Wen has gone missing, I secretly believe that sect leader Wen's target is the poison sect and dark sect. Even though the Wen family hasn't been able to accurately find the headquarters of the 2 evil sects, it's impossible for them to return empty-handed after such a long investigation. Therefore, it's very likely that sect leader Wen has also gone to Ning'ai province. However, it's a pity that the data is limited. The other party isn't easy to deal with. They definitely understand the concept of what's real and what's fake. The 5 suspected locations that I've analyzed on the surface may not be accurate. Ning'ai province is too big. I originally thought that since this isn't my job, I shouldn't waste my time and energy on it. However, I heard that you were anxious about this matter yesterday. After thinking about it, I finally decided to report it overnight. Please forgive me for my previous selfishness, Chief Chen. Chen Guang smiled and waved his hand. It's all right. Boss Long, you've already done a good job. From yesterday to today, I asked you to access the military Skynet data. What have you gained? Long Dingtian waved his hand again and looked at the technician from the Guangding headquarters. Thanks to the assistance of the military's data, I've finally gained something. I've found the 6th location in addition to these 5 suspected locations. The technician from Dragon Gate Express pressed a button, and the image on the map rotated. The originally scattered and irregular points and straight lines slowly changed, and a second type of blue dotted line slowly appeared on the map. This is the data that we calculated last night. This blue dotted line represents the possible movement route of the consignee or consignor before or after they came into contact with our courier. Combining all the dotted lines together, I have reason to believe that the people from the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect are hiding in this extremely desolate mountain area in Ning'ai province. It's this area that's marked in blue. Long Dingtian was finally talking about the main event, and he spoke in an excited tone. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the screen, trying to analyze something with his brain. Frankly speaking, he didn't really understand the basis of such big data calculations. How did you come up with this result? Chen Guang asked, then turned to look at the technician from the headquarters. The technician had not slept the entire night and had stayed up until now. He looked a little tired, but when he was called out by the director, his face immediately flushed with excitement and pride. Director Chen, this data is the result of our analysis after comparing Dragon Gate Express's previous data with Skynet surveillance over the past few months. From yesterday to tonight, after our headquarters and the military worked overtime, and with the image description provided by Director Long, we've confirmed the movement routes of more than 200 people over the past few days in the surveillance images. Long Dingtian, who was at the side, said, thanks to the cooperation of the military, we were able to get this result. Also, we captured this image in Insha province 5 days ago. Director Chen, please take a look. The technician switched the image, and a slightly blurry Skynet photo appeared on the screen. The image was taken from midair, and the Skynet surveillance should have been installed on the electric poles. There was a street corner in the image, and at the bottom of the corner was the back of a woman in white. We're guessing that this might be sect leader Wen, but because the photo is too blurry, we can't be sure. Director Chen, you know sect leader Wen better. Do you think this looks like her? Abruptly, Chen Guang stood up from his chair. Although the photo was blurry, and he could only see the back of the woman, with Chen Guang's understanding of Wen Wen, he was 100% sure that this was Wen Wen. Their figures were 90% similar, but Chen Guang also knew that Wen Wen had a habit of putting her left thumb in her pocket when she walked. The woman's left forearm was slightly bent in the photo, and it was obvious that her thumb was also stuck in her pocket. He couldn't hide his joy. Poison sect and dark sect were in Ninghai, and Wenwen had appeared in Ningxia province, which was right next to Ninghai. Although he was still suspicious and felt that Long Dingtian's behavior was abnormal, his entire data analysis process was indeed rigorous and meticulous. There were also technicians from the General Directorate of Light involved, so it was unlikely that he could have faked it. Now, he even had concrete evidence. Chen Guang thought to himself. Could it be that this was true information? Was he one of them? At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated slightly. Chen Guang used his hand to block the view of others and picked up his phone to look at the message. This was sent by Jiang Yage, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, using a secret communication software. There was only one line of words on it. Your classmate Wenwen might be in Ninghai. Someone is hiding it from you. He kept his phone quietly and fell into deep thought. Chen Guang suddenly realized why he couldn't find any trace of Wenwen even after she replied to his WeChat message. Although her phone was definitely specially made and difficult to crack, there was no reason that the Chinese military couldn't do it with their current technological capabilities. The only explanation for this situation was that someone was secretly obstructing them. It was just as he had guessed, the old men were up to no good. Although he didn't know how Jiang Yage got the information, it was very likely that he got it secretly from Jiang Yuanchao. Jiang Yage wouldn't harm him in this kind of matter. Then, this meant that what Long Dingtian said was true. His information was undeniable. I've wronged him. Perhaps Senior Wu was right, I'm a little too sensitive. After thinking about it, he and the Dark Clan's Golden Flower Granny were mortal enemies, and there was no reason for him to betray them. At this moment, he finally remembered that he had missed something and praised Long Dingtian. Good. Very good. Boss Long is indeed amazing. This junior is here to thank you. Chen Guang waved his hand and turned to Wu Qingming. I'll have to trouble Senior Wu to help me contact the bureau and immediately dispatch people. We will depart within 3 hours. I will personally communicate with the military and request for assistance. This time, we must uproot them. Wu Qingming stood up and replied in a clear voice, okay. After the plan was settled, Chen Guang pretended to leave and mentioned the previous matter unintentionally. Speaking of which, Boss Long, the security guard of your villa area is really arrogant. When I was about to drive in, he told me that a few luxury cars like Bentley or Rolls-Royce came to your villa area a few days ago, and there were quite a few of them. Long Dingtian laughed. I've let Chief Chin see a joke. I'm the one who instructed the people in charge of Dragon Gate Express to come here for a meeting. Now that the Dark Clan is no longer a threat, the express delivery business in the pugilistic world will be under me. As long as Chief Chen returns in triumph, there will be real good days in the future. It's because of Chief Chen's wise leadership that we have the chance to make a name for ourselves. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. All the people in charge of your district drive Bentley. You're too kind. If Chief Chen likes it, I can give you another one. Just treat it as a follow-up to the endorsement contract. Chen Guang grinned. How can I do that? By the way, Boss Long, you're going with us for this operation, right? Your people are more familiar with the situation there. With you around, it'll be easier to arrange a local guide. Long Dingtian hesitated for a moment and immediately said with a bitter face, all right, all right. Since Chief Chen has ordered me, I won't dare to disobey. After that, he waved his hand and said to his subordinates in a heroic manner, bring me my big ringed sword. Today, I'll follow Chief Chen to kill them all. Abbess Axian Yuan, who was standing at the side, said faintly, what can you do with your mediocre skills? Your task is to follow Chief Chen all the way. If there's any accident, help him take the sword. On the other side, Wu Qingming had already called the headquarters. She moved closer to Chen Guang and raised her eyebrows. Chief Chen, did I say anything wrong? Long Ding Tian will be fine. Chen Guang blushed slightly and nodded silently. Now that he thought about it, Chen Guang felt that he was the one overthinking it. The luxury car incident was a groundless worry, and he was the one being paranoid. There was nothing wrong with the tea of Wu Qingming and Abbess Axayan Yuan. The information was also true. Long Ding Tian would go with him. At that time, there would be a few more masters around him. If he really betrayed them, he would be the first to die. He really had no reason to seek his own death. The time was just right. 3 hours later, hundreds of neatly dressed Jianghu masters with swords and knives appeared at the Yanjing military airport. Although it was a temporary operation, there were already signs before. Most of the martial artists who were mobilized were the heads of the major sects who had already surrendered to the Guangding General Office. Otherwise, they were the elders or cabinet elders who were above the heads. It could be said that they had a strong army and extraordinary strength. Chen Guang stood in front of the crowd, feeling excited. Since the establishment of the Guangding General Office, it was the first time that almost all of them were mobilized. It might also be the last time that all of them were mobilized. Chen Guang wasn't a fool to not use his authority. No matter how arrogant the poison sect and dark sect were, he would still bring along all the experts he could find. In fact, he even pretended that he didn't know that the old man was trying to hide it from him and forcefully asked for the military's help. Although they were reluctant, it was not the time to fall out with me. In the end, they agreed. There were also close to 1,000 special forces armed with new types of individual weapons accompanying them. I will use the power of Mount Tai to suppress you. I will use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I will use all my strength to catch a rabbit. I don't believe that you can overturn the sky. Speaking of which, it was quite good to have power. The feeling of being able to command the Jianghu and control the court was actually quite enjoyable. On the way to the airport, for insurance, he even secretly called Jiang Yage to confirm that it was really her message. Although she refused to say where she got the information, he was very sure that the information was correct. Jiang Yage said in the end, "You must be careful. I really don't want to tell you this, but I don't want to keep it in my heart for the rest of my life." Sigh. Chen Guang said with a heroic smile, "Don't worry. I can guarantee that in the past hundreds of years, no one has been able to do what I did today. I brought almost 70% of the masters of the Jianghu with me, and the goal was to take care of 2 small sections. I was like the 6 major sects besieging Guangding. They would have died with just a mouthful of saliva from each of them." He had no choice but to be confident. Since the last individual military exercise, the Special Affairs Bureau was quickly destroyed, and the Huaxia government's strength was unreservedly displayed in front of all the Jianghu people. After all, there were only a few stubborn people. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Chen Guang thought to himself. Now, he only hoped that he could lead the team to Ningxia before Wenwen. When she arrived, if she found out that he had settled everything, she would definitely be so touched that she would marry him, right? No, she had already done it twice. Then, he could earn another overnight fee, right? Let's go. Chapter 889. When Chen Guang and the others got off the plane at the military airport of Ninghai Province, it was already evening and the sun had set. The 2 deputy directors of the Guangding General Administration came with them this time. Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan knew that Chen Guang was not good at coordinating and arranging things. With so many seniors and masters present, the 2 little girls were here to coordinate with Chen Guang, so they did not have to fight. This was also the idea of Abbess Axayan Yuan and Wu Qingming. They wanted to take this opportunity to let the two disciples from the Thousand Despair sect and the Thousand Flower Valley follow Chen Guang and give orders to the others as deputy bureau chief. This would also solidify the status of the two little Lolas in the future. It was also because of Axayan Yuan and Wu Qingming's foresight and determination that the two declining sects, Qinju's sect and Wanhua Valley, had the upper hand in the new situation. The heads of other sects were all envious and jealous. In the conference room of the base, after landing, Chen Guang first gathered some middle-level members of the general administration and some masters who had reached the peak of Pai Jin. There were about 30 people in total. "Director, why don't we rest here for a day and leave tomorrow morning?" After a brief discussion about the current situation, Xan Qin stood up and expressed her opinion. Chen Guang shook his head. "No, we will leave immediately. Although we have done a good job in keeping such a large-scale operation confidential, there is still a risk of leakage. Since we are here, of course, we have to catch them off guard with a thunderous force. But most of the advanced equipment has not arrived yet. They are still behind with the second batch of soldiers." Xan Qin was a little worried. Chen Guang first smiled, then looked at the other Jianghu masters and said, "Although those individual weapons are very powerful, we have a lot of masters here. Without the other 700 people and those weapons, we don't even dare to go out." Xan Qin still wanted to say something, but Abbess Axayan Yuan next to her coughed lightly. She immediately understood what her master meant and sat back unhappily. Long Dingtian looked around and said, "Director Qin, don't worry. It is not so easy to transfer people on such a large scale. There are at least thousands of people in Poison Sect and Dark Sect. Now that we are here, the more anxious they are, the easier it is for them to give themselves away. Deputy Director Xian's worries are not wrong. It's better to be safe than sorry." Chen Guang waves his hand, "Boss Long, you don't have to say any more, we'll set off immediately. We are going to eat supper by Ninghai Lake tonight." 20 minutes later, the mighty motorcade drove straight to Ninghai Lake. The map showed that the most likely hiding place of the two evil sects was in the deep forest about 10 kilometers west of Ninghai Lake. Chen Guang firmly believed that if there was no mole, they would still be in the dark. Even if there was a mole, with the efficiency of his swift and decisive actions, they wouldn't have the time and space to move. There are advantages and disadvantages for those people to hide in the remote mountains. The advantage was that it wouldn't be easy to get caught, but the disadvantage was that once his whereabouts were exposed, he would immediately be targeted by missiles. Modern military technology allowed humans to possess increasingly powerful weapons of war. An inner force martial artist's individual combat ability far exceeded that of an ordinary soldier. Once they were allowed to infiltrate a city, the damage they could cause was extremely terrifying. One of them could even match up to a special force. However, once they were in the wilderness, there were no civilians around them, and the Huaxia military had nothing to fear. If they were unhappy, they would be served with missiles and bombed by the Air Force. This was also why all the major sects in the past treated the location of their headquarters as their top secret. Reporting the location of their headquarters, with the current level of technology, was like placing the softest abdomen of a hedgehog outside. They were the meat on the chopping block. Either they didn't surrender, or once they did, it was equivalent to giving up on themselves. In the past, the Special Affairs Bureau would never do such things, nor did they have the guts to do so. However, the current Guangdong General Administration was much more powerful than the Special Affairs Bureau of the past. The old men in Yanjin were also much more determined, and the level of military technology was no longer what it used to be. Once hit by modern military power such as missiles or bombing, even the most powerful Iron Shirt and Golden Bell shield would not survive for more than a few seconds. At this moment, Although there were some grudges between Chen Guang and the old men in Yanjin, under the insistence of Jiang Yuanchao and Shui Zhan, Chen Guang still received unconditional support, and he had the assistance of long-range firepower. Today, Chen Guang seemed to be headstrong and did not listen to anyone's opinion. On one hand, he was really worried about Wenwen's safety, and he was afraid that she would get ahead of him. On the other hand, he really did not think that with their current strength, they would be afraid of the two evil sections. Ninghai Province was not comparable to Dachuan Province. Its economic level was not developed, and the level of road construction was far inferior to Dachuan Province. They bumped along the winding mountain road all the way. When they arrived at Ninghai Lake, the largest saltwater lake in Huaxia, it was already about 6 hours later. The second batch of more than 700 follow-up troops and individual weapons were still behind them. They were followed closely by more than 50 large trucks. They were about 5 hours later than the first batch. Chief Chen, there is no road ahead, and we can only proceed on foot. Why don't we set up camp here first? After the motorcade stopped, Long Dingtian and the person in charge of his Dragon Gate Express in Ninghai Province came over to greet them. Wu Qingming also came over to persuade them. That's right. Actually, everyone is a little tired. Although we are all masters here, after a little rest, the people behind will also be able to catch up and join us tomorrow morning. At that time, we can set off again, so that we won't be taken advantage of by others, right? Sect leader Wu is right. Chief Chen, you are too unreasonable. We are all sect leaders of our own sections. We ran out of our own homes, accompanied you from Yanjin to Ninghai, and then rushed to this lake without stopping. We didn't even have time to wash our faces. It's a little too embarrassing. The person who said this was a handsome Taoist priest in a white robe. He looked like he was only in his 20s, but his real age was said to be over 60. He was the current sect leader of Plainclothes Sect, one of the 8 sections. He had a very high status in Jianghu, and his martial arts were even more unfathomable. In fact, many people wanted to say this, but they couldn't say it because of Chen Guang's face and their own status in Jianghu. In terms of strength and status in Jianghu, the sect leader of Plainclothes Sect, Taoist priest Song Song, could be said to be second only to the sect leaders of the 3 aristocratic families, such as the Wen family. It was just right for him to say this. Chen Guang understood that these people seemed to have defected to the Guangding General Office, but after all, they were different from real soldiers. It was impossible for them to completely listen to him. They weren't so obedient. If they didn't have a bit of arrogance, they wouldn't have been able to overcome obstacles and reach this level on martial arts. He couldn't be too excessive, and he always had to consider the feelings of these unruly thugs. Well, Senior Tsang Song of Plainclothes Sect is right. From the afternoon when we set off from Yanjin until now, we have been rushing for almost 10 hours without a good rest. Then, we will set up camp here and enter the mountain early tomorrow morning. Under Chen Guang's order, everyone was relieved. With their power, they wouldn't be really tired, but being ordered around like this, they couldn't catch their breath and felt suffocated. Taoist Song Song saw that his words were effective, his face rose, and his heart felt good. But he was also afraid that Chen Guang would hold a grudge, so he came up and said, Chief Chen, we Jianghu people are not people who are afraid of death, afraid of hardship and tiredness. But Poison Sect and Dark Sect, these 2 evil sects have been in Jianghu for a long time. 10 years ago, they were also very powerful, and could be said to be the top 2 sects among the 8 big sects, second only to the 3 big aristocratic families. It's hard to guarantee that they don't have any trump cards. I thought that there will be a big battle, so I thought that it's better for us to maintain our peak condition, so that when we face the enemy, there won't be any accidents. Chen Guang nodded. Senior Tsang Song is right, it was Junior who didn't think it through. If you give me face, I'll also give you face. Then things will be easy to deal with. Of course, they wouldn't let the masters of the big sect set up the military tents, but the other 200 military elites who accompanied them. Modern military tents were much more convenient to use than ancient ones. About 10 minutes later, densely packed tents were set up by Ninghai Lake, arranged in a row along the shore of the lake. Chen Guang took Long Dingtian, Xan Qin, Wu Miaowan, Shuai Lin, and Chu Hanji with him to study the map in his tent. Wu Miaowan fiddled with the map and asked, "From here into the mountain, there are dense forests and gravel all the way. It's convenient for us martial artists, but those soldiers, their individual weapons weigh dozens of kilograms. Won't such a long-distance movement consume too much energy?" Shuai Lin shook her head and said, "No, those who come here are the elites of the army. They can carry dozens of kilograms of weight for a whole day, so it's not a problem for them to walk in the mountains and forests for a dozen kilometers." Chen Guang pointed to the map and asked, "The map shows that there is a valley here, and it goes all the way inside. Can we go in directly from here?" The guide that Long Dingtian found shook his head. "No, this valley is extremely humid and full of poisonous miasma. If it's an inner-strength martial artist, they can barely pass through, but they may not be unscathed, but it's difficult for those soldiers." Letting out a sigh, Chen Guang continued, "Damn it. It's a pity that we can't figure out their exact location. Otherwise, we could have gotten a bunch of missiles from those old men and blow them up." Shuai Lin shook her head and denied, "Director Chen, your idea is not very practical. We ordinary people know how to build air raid shelters when marching to war. According to the previous intelligence, the two Jianghu sects have been hiding here for a long time, and they may have dug dozens of meters underground. If they hide and don't come out, even a blanket missile attack may not be able to destroy them. Damn, it feels like these two are so professional." Chen Guang was a little speechless. Among the people present, he was the most senior official, but in fact, he seemed to know nothing. He was a literal, ignorant and incompetent military supervisor. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the communication device. "We found the enemy." "Ha, Dai Quan, you lost to me again this time." The person who spoke was the leader of the Six Sword sect, Zhuge Ling, who was in charge of patrolling and guarding. He sounded a little excited. After everyone set up camp, the Xinxin clan and the Six Sword sect each took on half of the security duties. This time, the two sects each sent close to 10 people. Obviously, the treatment of the Thousand Despair sect and the Thousand Flower Valley made many people think. The Xinxin clan and the Six Sword sect, who had failed in their pursuit of the 4 fugitives and only found 4 corpses, seemed to be holding back their anger and wanted to prove themselves again. Compared to the other sects, these two mid-tier sects, which were one of the 27 sects, were much more diligent. They were not as strong as the Plainclothes clan or the Fist clan, nor were they willing to hand over their sex techniques without reservation. They also did not have lolas like Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan who surrounded the director from the beginning. However, they wanted to catch up in the new situation and be valued, so of course, they had to work harder. "Let's go take a look." Chen Guang hurriedly rushed out with his men. When they arrived at the place, the 10 experts of the Six Sword sect were all standing proudly with their swords on their backs. Dai Quan of the Xinxin clan, who was not far away, stared at Zhuge Ling with a red face and neck. "You damn Zhuge, why didn't you leave one for me?" Zhuge Ling had a smug look on his face. "Just a few spies in the early stage of skin strength. They are not worth mentioning. I just had to move my fingers and they would be gone. I did not stop for a moment. Sorry, Brother Dai." Chen Guang walked closer and saw more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. All of them were dressed in black robes, hiding their heads and tails. "Aren't there more than 10 people here?" Zhuge Ling cupped his hands at Chen Guang. Reporting to the director, these 10 people should be spies from the Poison Clan. They are good at using poison, but the elders of the Six Sword sect struck first. There are 5 skin strength martial artists, and the rest are just bone strength dregs. They are not worth mentioning. Chen Guang's mouth twitched. Be reasonable, if the director in front of you is a chicken with muscle strength and skin strength is dregs, then what am I? Director, I am not talking about you. Zhuge Ling immediately reacted and explained. Chen Guang smiled helplessly. All right. The more you say, the more embarrassed I am. He did not expect that the other party would dare to strike first and send out spies. Dai Quan, who was at the side, came forward. He first glared at Zhuge Ling, and then said, Director, our whereabouts may have been exposed. How about I lead the masters of my Xinqing clan to investigate first, lest they abscond overnight? Chen Guang thought about it and was a little hesitant. Dai Quan said again, Director, you don't have to worry. Although the people of the Xinqing clan may not be ranked in the Jianghu when it comes to fighting head-on, our ability to pursue and escape is top-notch. Even the people from the 8 major sects, the Poison Clan and the Dark Clan, can't keep us here. Alright, thank you, Senior Dai. Chen Guang finally agreed to Dai Quan's suggestion. Dai Quan raised his eyebrows at Zhuge Ling proudly. He turned around and disappeared into the darkness with the people of the Xinqing clan. After a few ups and downs, these people stepped on the shrubbery and flew forward. However, they did not make the slightest sound. He was not bragging. The Qinggong of the Xinqing clan could be said to be the best in the Jianghu. It was much better than Xian Qin, who was also good at movement. Chapter 890. As soon as the people from Xinqing clan left, the task of guarding fell on the Six Sword sect. Senior Zhuge, do you want to find a few more people to help you? Chen Guang asked casually. Zhuge Ling waved his hand generously. Chief Chen, don't look down on me. Our Six Sword sect used to be a sharp blade under the Emperor. 10 people from our sect are enough to handle such a small matter. Moreover, we have many masters here. Even if the 2 evil sects send more spies, they will only be small fries. They won't dare to invade us. After a brief pondering, Chen Guang felt that it made sense. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Zhuge. Chief Chen, you are too polite. After returning to the tent, Chen Guang thought that it would be dawn the next day before the reinforcements arrived. It would be a waste of time to keep the others here. Therefore, he asked the others to rest while he sat in the tent and played with his phone. He couldn't sleep. He didn't know if he was excited, nervous, or looking forward to something. He shouldn't care about the internal force martial artists. Maybe with his personality, if he hadn't been involved, he would have turned a blind eye to it. For example, if Wenwen's sudden disappearance didn't make him so anxious, he wouldn't have been so impatient. He would have taken his time to plan. In a sense, he was indeed a selfish person. He rolled around in the sleeping bag, but there was no cute girl to warm his bed. Xian Qin was dragged away by her master, and Wu Miaowan, the vixen, couldn't be counted on. At about 3:30 in the morning, he got out of the sleeping bag, walked out of the tent alone, and went to the lake in Ninghai. The autumn wind in September carried a faint fishy smell unique to the saltwater lake. It blew gently from the surface of Ninghai and blew on Chen Guang's face. The cold moonlight danced wildly on the sparkling surface of the lake. The mottled glow was like a mischievous fairy. The sound of water came from the other side of the endless saltwater lake. It passed through Chen Guang's eardrums and flew to the mountain behind him. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the stars were twinkling. This was a scenery that could not be seen in the city. Chen Guang simply lay down and pressed his back against the warm or cool beach. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the stars in the sky. He didn't know which one was the real star and which one was the eye he borrowed from the old men in Beijing. Chen Guang knew that he might have to kill a lot of people this time. If he had a choice, he didn't want to kill. But now, the wicked would be tortured by the wicked. Someone had to stand up and clean up the malignant tumors of the Jianghu that the secular power and power could not punish. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the person sitting in this position was him. Worst comes to worst, I won't treat them as real people. I'll just treat them as NPCs in my world of cups. Just like in the second punishment realm, he had single-handedly slaughtered the entire world-shattering holy tribe, which was the group of assassins from the world-shattering organization. Wait, I can't think like that. Back then, when I was pulled into the punishment realm, it was either them or me who died. I had no choice. Also, almost everyone in the world-shattering organization had a path to death. Me killing all the world-shattering members was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and to protect myself. This time, I'm taking the initiative to attack. My motive from the beginning was to kill. The poison sect and the dark sect were indeed evil sects that committed all kinds of crimes. They were unreasonable and had no regard for human life. They were stubborn and put up a stubborn resistance. It was obvious that they had lost the upper hand, but they were still so stubborn. They must be plotting something. It couldn't be anything good. But no matter how many reasons he came up with, he was here to kill. Did I bring the Holy Grail into the gutter after all? Although I always say that I'm still immortal, my way of thinking is gradually moving towards the direction of an inner force martial artist. No, I might have gone to the extreme. Be it in the world of cups or in the real world, many people had died in my hands or in front of me without me realizing it. This was an experience that any ordinary person could never imagine in their entire life. I'm thinking like a god. Chen Guang shook his head. He didn't know what was wrong with him recently. These days, there were always a lot of thoughts in his head. They were strange and meaningless. He thought that maybe it was because the matter of becoming an inner force martial artist hadn't been resolved yet. Although he said that he didn't care, he was still too depressed in his heart. Maybe I'll feel better after I resolve this matter. He still stared blankly at the sky. His mind was blank. Vaguely, he unconsciously saw the countless threads of faith that were flying towards him from the void. He even felt that he might have seen the omnipresent power of the Holy Grail. Speaking of which, what exactly happened to the 4 missing corpses? This matter was still bothering him. Forget it. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well borrow a phrase that Luli often said. Either he prayed for his own luck, or there would always be a way out. When he killed his way to the 2 evil sects, these problems would naturally be solved. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Chen Guang sat up straight and turned around. He saw Zhuge Ling, the head of the 6-sword sect, jogging towards him. Senior Zhuge, what's the matter? Chen Guang stood up and asked. Zhuge Ling looked around and took out a sealed plastic bag from his pocket. There was a piece of cloth in it. Chief Chen, I found this on a tree when I was patrolling. Zhuge Ling handed the plastic bag over as he spoke. Chen Guang took the bag and his pupils contracted. This piece of cloth was made of silk. Its original color should have been pure white, but it was now stained with blood. The blood had been there for 2 to 3 days and it looked a little mottled. Chief Chen, this is... Chen Guang didn't reply to Zhuge Ling. He frowned even more. He opened the bag and rubbed the cloth in his hand for a moment. Senior Zhuge, where did you find this piece of cloth? Finally confirming his thoughts, Chen Guang sniffed with a panicked expression. Zhuge Ling pointed in the direction of the deep mountains. About 5 kilometers from where we set up camp, there is a dense forest halfway up the mountain. This piece of cloth was found on a big tree at the edge of the forest. Take me there. Are there any signs of fighting at the place where you found the cloth? Chen Guang walked forward quickly and asked. Zhuge Ling replied, no. As the two were walking, Abbess Axian Yuan suddenly came out of her tent. Chief, where are you going in the middle of the night? Zhuge Ling said without hesitation, Abbess Axian Yuan, I found something over there. Okay, don't ask. Abbess Axian Yuan, please call Senior Wu. Oh yes, call Boss Long and the guide he found. Let's go and see the situation. Abbess Axian Yuan hesitated a little. But Chief Chen, what about your safety? Chen Guang knew that her worry was reasonable, but this piece of cloth was clearly the white windbreaker that Wen liked to wear. It should be in the position of her pocket. There was an ink mark about 2 millimeters long left by a signature pen. This was once accidentally touched by Chen Guang when he turned the pen. At that time, she was heartbroken and gave Chen Guang a good beating. He remembered it deeply. Finding pieces of Wenwen's clothes stained with blood nearby, was there anything worse than this in the world? He couldn't sit still for a second. Then invite Taoist Tsang Song from Plain Clothes Sect and Master Pan from Fish Sect. Abbess Axian Yuan was relieved and asked Wu Qingming to join them. The two split up. Abbess Axian Yuan went to wake up Long Dingtian and his guide. Wu Qingming went to find Taoist Tsang Song from Plain Clothes Sect and Fish Tyrant Panda from Fish Sect, who were also masters of the 8 major sections. With these two people in charge, they could rest assured when traveling at night. Zhuge Ling was a little unhappy. Abbess Axian Yuan obviously doesn't believe in the strength of Six Sword Sect. With me and the 9 elders of Six Sword Sect, so what if the 2 evil sects come? Chen Guang waved his hand and said, Abbess Axian Yuan is thinking for me. I know that Senior Zhuge is powerful, but it's always good to be careful. In fact, he was more anxious than Zhuge Ling, but this place was not like the city. The deep mountains and wild forests were a good place for an ambush. In less than a minute, a group of nearly 20 people followed Zhuge Ling's guidance and entered the mountain. Taoist Tsang Song and Fish Tyrant Master Pan not only came in person but also invited the elders from their sections. With the strength of the 8 major sects, this small team could be said to be the elites. Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan wanted to follow, but Chen Guang refused. Although Xan Qin and Wu Miaowan were geniuses, they were only at the peak of bone force. It would be useless to bring them along. Chief Chen, in my opinion, we should have dragged everyone along. I keep having goosebumps all over my body. Along the way, Long Dingtian gripped his large ringed sword tightly and spoke with a little uneasiness. Chen Guang shook his head. I'm afraid I can't wait. What's wrong? Don't ask so much. Let's talk when we get there. All right. Long Dingtian said embarrassedly. Chen Guang stared at Zhuge Ling, who was leading the way. He didn't realize that Long Dingtian seemed to be a little more talkative than usual. He seemed to be unable to hide his excitement. The group moved very quickly. Although Chen Guang only had the cultivation of muscle force, his physical body was strong. Along the way, rocks flew under his feet, but his speed was not any slower than Long Dingtian and his guide. We're here. This is the place. I saw a flash of white light on a tree when I was passing by. I climbed up the tree and found this piece of cloth. After climbing over a mountain, coming out of the valley, and passing through a dense forest, Zhuge Ling finally stopped and pointed at a tree that was so wide that 2 people could hug it. Just as he said, this tree was indeed at the edge of the forest. However, This dense forest revealed a strange feeling because there was actually a boundless sea of fiery red flowers at the side of the dense forest, and even under the illumination of the quiet and beautiful moonlight, it revealed a dark and deep scarlet red color. Chen Guang couldn't care less and was too lazy to ask for help. He rushed up and used his Qilin arm. His fingertips dug into the tree trunk and climbed up. Soon, he reached the middle of the tree. He stopped beside a branch and hugged the branch as he slowly moved forward. On the other side, Zhuge Ling also stepped on the tree trunk and flew up horizontally. He landed beside Chen Guang and pointed at the place in front of him. "Chief Chen, this is the place." Chen Guang frowned. "If the clothes are stained with blood, then there should be blood on the branch, right? Why is there nothing here?" Suddenly, Zhuge Ling laughed. His voice was sinister and proud. It was 80% arrogant and 90% arrogant. It was very evil. "Of course there's nothing here. Because I've been carrying this piece of cloth with me all this time." Chen Guang's eyes widened. "What?" Before he finished speaking, he tilted his body and deliberately threw off the tree trunk. He fell down the tree like a head-on spring onion. Just as his head tilted, there was a flash of cold light. Zhuge Ling's sword suddenly cut through the position of his arm that was grabbing the tree trunk. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and let go in time. Otherwise, both of his arms would have been cut off at the base. Head down and feet up, Chen Guang, who was falling from the tree trunk, suddenly saw a dense crowd of heads peeking out from the sea of flowers. There were also countless cold lights that suddenly appeared from behind the dense forest. He understood what was going on. There were at least 100 people lying in ambush here. "I've been tricked. I've been ambushed. This is a trap. Zhuge Ling is a traitor." No wonder a group of spies from the poison sect came to their deaths out of nowhere. Coincidentally, they all fell into Zhuge Ling's hands. He had obviously used this trick to provoke the Xinqing sect leader, Dai Quan, who was in charge of guarding, to want to steal the credit. He had made Dai Quan take the initiative to scout in and put the security of the entire campsite in the hands of the Six-Sword sect. That was how he was able to set up this trap and lead me into it. What good acting skills, he even fooled me. No, maybe I've been too worried and impatient these past 2 days. I've lost my composure and neglected some details that I normally wouldn't have neglected. Looking at Zhuge Ling who was chasing him down from the tree, Chen Guang's anger was indescribable. "Zhuge Ling. You're courting death." Abbess Axayan Huan, who was under the tree, was furious. She tiptoed and flew up from the ground. The horsetail whisk in her hand was emitting a silver light. Countless flying whisks flew towards Zhuge Ling's long sword that was aimed at Chen Guang's legs. Zhuge Ling was not afraid. His long sword vibrated and made a buzzing sound. He shook off the silver threads of Abbess Axayan Huan's horsetail whisk and continued to stab down towards Abbess Axayan Huan's head. "How dare a small fry from the Thousand Despair sect fight with me?" "Me too." Beside him, Wu Qingming also tiptoed and charged forward. Dozens of colorful damask flew out from her sleeves and swept towards Zhuge Ling like a venomous snake. As soon as the two of them started fighting, they used all their skills and the battle instantly became white-hot. Chen Guang finally landed on the ground. He almost fell head first onto the ground. Fortunately, his body was strong. Suddenly, the ground was soft mud, so he used his hands to support himself on the ground and rolled a few times to stabilize his body. On the other side, Abbess Axayan Huan and Wu Qingming were already fighting with Zhuge Ling in midair. The swordsmanship of the Six-Sword sect was extremely exquisite. As the sect leader of the Six-Sword sect, Zhuge Ling was not at a disadvantage when he fought against two experts who were at the same cultivation level as him. At the same time, the other 9 sect elders of the 6-sword sect also drew their swords and charged towards Qinguang. "How dare you!" Taoist Vasp Kalo's words were like thunder. He took a step forward and opened up both of his hands. Under the burst of power, his robe fluttered in the wind and both of his palms pushed forward. A strong force burst out from both of his palms and forced the 3 elders of the 6-sword sect to retreat. "You're courting death." On the other side, Master Pan from the Fist faction first stomped on the ground, causing a rock the size of a human head to fly up. He waved his right hand and slammed it on the rock. The rock shook and turned into thousands of gravel that flew towards the other 3 sect elders of the 6-sword sect. Clanging sounds could be heard and sparks flew. The 3 sect elders of the 6-sword sect waved their swords like silver snakes and barely managed to block the power of the Fist tyrant's punch. Long Dingtian held his great ring saber and rushed to Qinguang's side in panic. He shouted, "Chief Qin, run. I'll cover you." Chapter 891. All right. Qinguang knew that in this situation, with his current cultivation at the early stage of muscle strength, it would be useless for him to stay here. Instead, it would make the other people on his side hesitate to attack. He pressed the communication device to ask for help from the camp a few kilometers away while he retreated under the cover of Long Dingtian. The other 3 elders of 6-sword sect were already fighting with the other 2 experts brought by Taoist Zhang Song and Master Pan. The strength of the people from 6-sword sect was stronger than expected. Although this sect was only one of the 27 sects and ranked lower than Plainclothes sect and Fist sect in the pugilistic world, it had obviously hidden its strength for many years. Now that it had exploded, it could be considered as showing its true ability. After Qinguang and Long Dingtian took 2 steps forward, they came to a halt. In just a few seconds, the experts from the 2 evil sects who were lying in ambush had surrounded the groups so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. In front of Qinguang, a tall man in black with disheveled hair stood in front of the crowd. Another thin man in a purple robe with a golden plume on his head and an iron umbrella on his back stood side by side with the tall man. Behind these 2 people, there were all kinds of experts, old and young, standing crookedly. These people were not the army, so there was no discipline or system. However, the aura of inner strength that emanated from them made the night air a little chilly. They were indeed evil sections. Even if these people were expressionless and their faces could only be vaguely seen under the moonlight, they still gave people a very gloomy feeling. They lived up to their identity as villains. On the other side, after a round of clanking sounds, Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming finally joined forces to repel Zhu Guoling and quickly floated to Qinguang's side. Abbess Axian Yuan's face was pale. "Chief Qin, leave quickly." Of the 2 in front, one was the Poison Sect Master, Demon Sovereign Zhou, and the other was the Dark Sect Master, Xie Junue. Standing behind them were the Poison Sect's Elder, Zhou He, and the Dark Sect's Vice Sect Master, Ghost Shadow. They are all experts. Qinguang's scalp tingled when he heard the lineup of the opposite side. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he made a decisive comparison between the strength of both sides that had been displayed so far. Due to the betrayal of the 6-sword sect, there were only 10 of them left. Among these 10 people, he was basically a mascot. Against those at the initial stage of Paijin he might still be able to struggle a little, but against a master at the peak of Paijin, just based on the cloud-expelling palm that Taoist Vasp Kalo casually threw out, it was enough for him to explode on the spot. If Abbess Axian Yuan and Sect Master Wu worked together, they could deal with 6-sword sects Zhu Guoling Taoist Zhang Song of the Plainclothes sect and Master Pan of the Fist sect could each deal with 3 elders of the 6-sword sect. If the other 2 elders from the 2 sects worked together, they would be able to deal with the remaining 3 elders from the 6-sword sect. After careful calculations, if Long Dingtian and his guide could get rid of the sect masters of the Poison Sect and Dark Sect, as well as Zhou He, Ghost Shadow, and the 4 great guardians of the Dark Sect, there was also the Golden Flower Granny that he had met once. Well, if Boss Long could deal with over 100 enemies by himself, then it wasn't impossible for him to fight today. I'd be a fool to believe you. What the hell am I doing? Everyone, surrender yourselves. We don't have much time to waste with you. I will count to 3. If you don't put down your weapons obediently, don't blame us for being impolite. The tall and burly sect master of the Poison Sect, Demon Venerable Zhou, had a smug smile on his face as he spoke with a sharp voice that didn't match his physique. Chen Guang silently looked in the direction of the campsite. When he landed, he had already sent out a distress signal. The experts over there were rushing over at full speed, and it would only take them a few minutes to reach here. It seemed like it was time for him to show off his silver tongue. What was he supposed to do to buy himself a few more minutes? Ha 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 ha. Funny, this is really funny. With his hands behind his back, Chen Guang took a step forward, disregarding his own safety, and stood at the front of the crowd. What are you laughing at? 3. Demon Venerable Zhou squinted his eyes and counted while looking at Chen Guang. Chen Guang turned back to look at Zhuge Ling, his mind racing. Do you really think that I don't know that Zhuge Ling is up to no good? Aren't you looking down on me too much? In the autopsy report, Zhuge Ling purposely didn't mention the strange cracks on the corpses, right? As he spoke, he was full of energy and confidence. Not only did he not panic when he was surrounded, he even put on an air of confidence. Unexpectedly, the moment he said this, Demon Venerable Zhou and Evil Monarch Yu's expressions changed, while Zhuge Ling's body trembled. Evidently, Chen Guang had dug out an insignificant topic from the depths of his heart to stall for time. In the end, it struck the greatest taboo in the hearts of these people. Old Master Guang expressed that although this matter could show that he had taken every possibility into account, it was actually not a good thing. What do you know? Zhuge Ling's hand that was holding the sword was trembling, and Demon Venerable Zhou also forgot to continue counting. Chen Guang did not dare to answer Zhuge Ling's words. Although he suspected that someone had obtained the power of the earth element, he did not know who that person was, nor did he know what state that person was in. He also did not understand how that person talked to the 2 evil sections. After thinking about it, he decided to continue acting. I know everything. Do you really think that I dare to come here today without any backing? Humph. Surrender obediently and I will spare your lives. Chen Guang put his hands behind his back, held his head high, and straightened his neck. Have you been shocked by my aura? Do you think that I am beating you at your own game? Not to mention the 2 evil sects and the traitors of Six Sword Sect, even Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming looked at each other with some doubt and joy on their faces. They really thought that Chen Guang really had other tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, the back of Chen Guang's head shook violently, and a strong force came from behind him, almost cutting off his neck. A strong and abundant inner strength came from the back of Chen Guang's head, and in an instant, it flowed all over his body, completely blocking his blood flow and wrapping around his bones. There was a crackling sound like firecrackers exploding in his body, and in an instant, all the bones in his body were twisted by this terrible inner strength. He was suddenly attacked from behind, and all the inner strength was injected into his body. Although his perfect body was strong, the opponent's inner strength was at its peak. Moreover, he was attacked by a sneak attack, and he could not resist it. A heart-wrenching pain pierced through his head like a high-voltage electric current. Chen Guang's vision turned black as he slowly collapsed to the ground. When he looked back when he landed on the ground, he saw Long Dingtian's smug face. If it weren't for the fact that he had experienced this pain countless times in the heavenly Holy Grail, Chen Guang would have completely fainted, but now he barely held on. Long Dingtian was also surprised. He did not expect that this sneak attack did not smash all the bones in Chen Guang's body, but only twisted them. Long Dingtian. You're courting death. Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming, who were standing at the back, changed their expressions. Zhuge Ling's betrayal was already a heavy blow, and Long Dingtian was also a traitor. The two of them roared angrily and pounced forward. Unexpectedly, Long Dingtian threw the big ring saber in his hand to the ground, grinned wildly, clenched his fists, and punched at Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming at the same time. He shouted, "You two, take my thunder fist. This is my real kung fu." At the same time, there were two loud noises. Both Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming flew backward at a speed faster than they rushed forward. Blood spurted from their mouths, and they fell straight into a sea of fiery red flowers behind them. No one expected that Long Dingtian, who was originally weak and not worth mentioning, could actually knock back two masters at the peak of skin force with one punch. His thunder fist was as powerful as thunder, swift and overbearing. Chen Guang lay on the ground powerlessly, looking back at Long Dingtian's smug smile. Countless images flashed through his mind, and he felt extremely bitter. This guy was not pretending at all. His strength was much stronger than he imagined, at least at the same level as Taoist Song Song. Although his punch just now did not kill him, it completely crippled him. At this moment, even twisting his neck was extraordinarily strenuous. Taoist Song Song and Master Pan looked bitter and were about to rush in the direction of Long Dingtian again, but Long Dingtian bent his waist and sneered while carrying Chen Guang. "Both of you, why don't you surrender?" Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming, who had been knocked into the sea of flowers, stood up again. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Abbess Axian Yuan still could not believe it. "Long Dingtian, why did you do this?" Wu Qingming said, "There's poison in the tea." Long Dingtian laughed loudly, "Yes, it's indeed poisonous. Both of you, the taste of the poison sex cultivation dissipation powder is not very pleasant, right?" Golden Flower Woman also walked out from the crowd with a proud face. "Wu Qingming, you can't figure out why you can't smell it with your ability, right? Aren't you a little too conceited? How can the lost secret medicine of the dark sect, cultivation dissipation powder, be easy to get? If you don't touch the guiding medicine, it will be invisible and colorless. Even if you come here, you won't be able to feel it. But if you touch the guiding medicine, it will instantly take effect. No matter what realm you are at, you will become a useless person. As for the medicinal catalyst, it is naturally the pollen from the sea of blood-red flowers beneath you." As soon as Golden Flower Woman finished her words, Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming collapsed to the ground. Their internal strength poured out from their bodies like a tide. Wu Qingming's originally glossy skin actually aged in an instant. Crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her black hair began to turn silver from the roots like snow. The two seniors had lost all their martial arts. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. Although he did not understand the principle of the cultivation dissipation powder mentioned by Long Dingtian, it was not important. What was important was that he had suffered a huge setback this time. Many doubts that he hadn't noticed before finally surfaced slowly at this moment. From a long time ago, Long Dingtian was a member of the Poison Sect and the Dark Sect. He had signed an endorsement contract with him. The battle between him and Golden Flower Woman in the Five Capital was a show for him and Xian Qin. He had always been a spy hidden in the Upright Sect. He and Golden Flower Woman were not enemies of life and death like they were on the surface. All of this was to deceive the trust of the Upright Sect and himself. Not only that, when he arrived at the villa area yesterday, the two seemingly brainless security guards were actually deliberately arranged by Long Dingtian. It seemed as though they had accidentally revealed the 8 luxury cars, but they had purposely revealed the flaw so that Long Ding Tian could use it to smooth things over and further weaken his guard. As for the tea, there was indeed something wrong with it. But because of the exquisite secret medicine of the poison sect, it would not have taken effect at that time. This further made him lower his guard. This was also a trick that Long Ding Tian deliberately sold. He knew that he was a smart person and would have a lot of ideas. But the biggest disadvantage of a smart person was that after thinking too much, it was easy to be overconfident. In addition, his information was mixed with some truth and some falsehood. There was no doubt that the poison sect and the dark sect were indeed in Ninghai province. The information he provided was also true. Because of this, I believed all of Long Dingtian's words and led the team here. But I didn't expect to fall into this trap today. So far, there was only one doubt, and that was, where did Jiang Yage get the information that made him completely convinced that the information was correct? Chen Guang did not believe that Jiang Yage would harm him. She was just used. In short, the ultimate goal of all their plans was to capture him alive. So now they succeeded. The bustling sound in the distance was getting closer and closer. The reinforcements from the camp were rushing all the way. But they seemed to be too late. Well, kill the 2 old women and then let's go. Demon Venerable Jiu waved his hand calmly and ordered. Ghost Shadow of the Dark Sect suddenly appeared. The next moment, he turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming, who were sitting on the ground. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were full of remorse. Things became like this today because Long Ding Tian, who had been cooperating with them for a long time, betrayed them first. If it weren't for this guy, why would they come to Ninghai province in such a hurry? They recalled that when Chen Guang was suspicious of Long Ding Tian, the two of them were the ones who tried to persuade Chen Guang to help Long Ding Tian explain. That was also the reason why Chen Guang misjudged the situation. Chen Guang. I'm sorry. You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. Ghost Shadow said sinisterly from the cloak, then please hurry up. Abbess Axian Yuan nodded silently. She pinched the bottom of the horsetail whisk and pulled out a small dagger from the root. She was about to slash her neck with it. Wait a minute. Chen Guang suddenly yelled, and Abbess Axian Yuan's dagger stopped moving. What else do you want to do at this time? Stalling for time. Dark sect leader Xie Junhua sneered. Chen Guang didn't bother about him and turned around to speak to Long Ding Tian. Chief Long, seeing that the two seniors were once friends with you, and seeing that we are acquaintances, let me go to the side of the two seniors and let me send them off with my eyes. Chen Guang pursed his lips tightly. In this situation, he really couldn't think of any way to save the two seniors' lives. He could only pin his hopes on the heavenly Holy Grail in his sling bag. If the two of them were really alive, if the two of them were as lucky as Ling Qin, perhaps they could continue to live in the heavenly Holy Grail. It was better than dying like this. Long Ding Tian hesitated for a moment, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Okay. The next moment, he carried Chen Guang and stood in the sea of flowers. He was standing 1 or 2 meters in front of the two seniors. Long Ding Tian loosened his hand, and Chen Guang collapsed like mud. He supported his broken bones with his last breath and sat on the ground. Chen Guang slowly raised his head and looked at Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming in front of him. The endless sea of blood-red flowers seemed as bright as day under the moonlight. Chen Guang's eyes were bloodshot. Seniors, I'm incompetent. I'm the one who harmed you. Axian Yuan smiled. No, Chen Guang, this is Qingming's and my fault. Wu Qingming also said, Wu Qingming, boast of my intelligence, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Ghost Shadow, who was standing behind the two of them, urged, "If you don't die, I will personally send you on your way." Abbess Axian Yuan's pupils shrank. The dagger flashed coldly, and blood splattered. Wu Qingming took the dagger from Abbess Axian Yuan, who was lying in a pool of blood. Her eyes were momentarily confused. She gritted her teeth and slashed her neck with the dagger. 2 drops of blood flew over from the front and landed on the back of Chen Guang's hand. Smelling the blood in his nose, Chen Guang's mind was blood red. Suddenly, it became empty and he didn't know what was going on. "All right, let's go." Long Dingtian lifted Chen Guang and carried him on his back. He took the lead and ran into the depths of the mountain. The goal had been achieved. The people from the evil sects didn't besiege the people from Plain Cloth sect and Fish sect. Instead, they retreated like the tide. Taoist Song Song and Master Pan were powerful and couldn't be taken down easily. Instead of ending up being surrounded to kill 2 more people, the people from the 2 evil sects wanted to be safe. "Chief Chen, don't blame me. I have my own master. There's nothing too deceitful in a war between 2 armies. If you want to blame someone, blame Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming. It's their trust in me that misled your judgment. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fooled so easily." After an unknown period of time, when Chen Guang woke up, he was still rising and falling on Long Dingtian's back. Long Dingtian knew that he had woken up, so he started to enlighten him. Chen Guang didn't want to pay attention to him. Although his life wasn't in danger for the time being, he thought about how he led the world's experts to Ninghai province in a mighty manner. He originally wanted to destroy the people from the 2 evil sects easily. He didn't expect that he would be tricked from the beginning. Who was the person behind the scenes? He had taken every possibility into account and laid an inescapable net, waiting for him to jump into it. He could even calculate the grudge between the old masters in Yanjing and him. Then, he used his unconditional trust in Jiang Yage and deliberately sold real information to Jiang Yage to make him make up his mind. Now that he had become a prisoner, not only could he not help Wenwen, but he would also be used as a hostage to threaten Wenwen. The most painful thing was the deaths of Abbess Axian Yuan and Wu Qingming. Although he didn't have much contact with them and didn't have deep feelings for them, they were Axian Qin and Wu Miaowan's masters after all. They treated the 2 little Lolas like their masters and mothers. At this moment, they should be looking at the corpses of the 2 seniors and grieving. "Long Dingtian, I don't care who your backer is. I can guarantee that all of you will die." Chen Guang finally spoke. Long Dingtian didn't care and laughed. "Of course we will die. Who doesn't die in this world? That depends on how you die. You die on the spot, you die as a dissolute ghost among thousands of flowers, you die as well, you die as an old man. What on earth are you after?" Chen Guang asked again. Long Dingtian hesitated for a moment before replying, "What am I after? I want to be immortal. Does your backer have the ability to do that? I didn't believe it before, but I believe it recently." Long Dingtian. "You've said too much." The golden flower woman turned around and glared at him. Long Dingtian laughed. "What's wrong with that? Anyway, Chen Guang won't live for long. Once Wenwen dies, he won't be able to live anymore. Chief Chen, don't worry. I will personally send you on your way and won't let anyone torture you. I guarantee that you will lose your senses the moment you close your eyes. Then I will have to thank you." Chen Guang suddenly laughed, and it was an exceptionally strange laugh. Just now, his consciousness took a trip to the heavenly Holy Grail. Lu Li was still in seclusion. Lu Ming saw that his mental state wasn't right and said a few more words to him. "Firstly, you won't die. Secondly, you have been stained with the blood of that nun and that coquettish old vixen. Now, the two of them have been reborn in the sea of time. Thirdly, Lu Li's matter will be done soon. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.